All right. We'll call to order the Stevens Point Area Public School District regular school board meeting for Monday, October 28th, 2013 to order. Roll call vote and verification of quorum, please.
Mr. Ebel.
Here.
Ms. Faxon. Here. Mr. Larson.
Here.
Mr. Presley.
Here.
Ms. Scott. Here. Ms. Scheibele.
Present.
Ms. Schierick.
Here.
Ms. Totten.
Here.
Mr. Rothman.
Here. Thank you. Moving on to the approval of the agenda, we do have two changes to the agenda. We would like to move item 10C1 and renumber that 7D, and item 10C3 and relabel that 7E, which would then make 7D, Superintendent's Report, 7F. Are there any other changes to the agenda this evening?
The only thing, under 11, where we have the board meetings and then we have the already approved future agenda items, that's where we typically bring up if we have any items that we want brought forward for the board to approve. Can we create a C so that the board members and the public know that there actually is a designated spot for that?
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
So what are you, that's
So it's breaking it out so that
under what item? Which?
under 11,
Thank you. Could you repeat yours, Terry, please? I didn't catch that the first time.
10C1, the charter school update, will be 7D.
Okay, thank you.
10C3, district and school report cards, will be 7E. And the superintendent's report will be 7F. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Move to approve agenda as amended.
Thank you. Angel, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Presley. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Presley.
Yes.
Ms. Scott.
yes.
Ms. Scheibele.
Yes.
Ms. Schierick.
Yes, but I have a question. I mean, is there a reason why we keep moving this stuff around? I mean, if the public is coming to speak at some of this stuff and we're moving it around, they might not be prepared for it. So I would really like, if we are going to keep moving this stuff around, because it always seems like we're moving things around, is that we put it in there the way it should be.
The reason I asked Terry to do this was because we have all of our principals here this evening, and in deference to them and the time that it's probably going to take to get to the report cards, as well as the charter school update, who is Connie, that when we have presenters, we try to put them up at the front of the agenda so that we can get them out at a reasonable hour. Otherwise, they'll be here till 11, 12 o'clock at night.
Well, and I understand that, but then why don't we just put them there? I mean, I'm going to assume you knew that they were coming to start out with, so just a suggestion, but yes or okay or...
I think the assumption was wrong, Kim. We didn't know at the time that the report cards were going to have all the principals here.
Okay.
Ms. Totten.
Yes.
Mr. Ebel.
Yes.
Ms. Faxon.
Yes.
Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Rothman.
Yes. Pledge of Allegiance. I believe we have Plover Whiting Elementary with us tonight.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we're going to present you people with some certificates. Is that okay? All right, Mrs. Faxon, who's the board vice president, is going to present them to Julia Radke, Anna Marie Birch, Mara Steinweber, Kate Jorgensen, Carter Borchard, and Kyle Franz. Nice job. Let's give it up for our kids. Because there's a Kodak moment, so take your certificates and Okay, so let's start with introducing the candidates.
Sarah and Tom
Showing your
Burke.
age.
And they are,
Sarah and Tom Burke.
where are they here?
No.
Oh, they're not here today? Okay.
Rebecca and Kevin Jorgensen.
Are they here?
My mom is here.
Rebecca, welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
And I'm Becky Radke, and my mom is here.
Where is she?
Right back there.
Right back where, there we go.
Ken and Audra Friend. And my dad is here, over there.
Ken, welcome.
Bethany and Kathy Steinweber, my mom is right now.
Kathy, welcome.
Jeff and Stacy Bowhart, and
And you're both there. Good. Here you go. That's it. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Board members would like to shake your hands.
Thanks so much.
It's almost over.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks for coming in.
Great job. Great, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
As crazy as your dad? Are you as crazy as your dad? Tell him I said that.
This month's Community Service Partnership Award goes to somebody who not only provided and continues to provide a great deal of service to the board, or to the district through their business, but also Eric also served on the board for a period of time. So if Eric and sister Harmeister would come up, please. You can stand right here and just like the kids did. There you go. So the reason that you were selected is because of the generosity that you provided the district and your willingness to support the district in whatever way possible. And these are just a few of the items that you have generously provided, and we know that there are many more, so we couldn't list the entire amount. But Eric and his sister Heidi own Spectra Print. And first of all, you've printed informational brochures for past referenda that we had. You donate media guides for the SPASH sports teams, which is huge. The guides are multi-page, color booklets that are given to the teams for free. Donated the printing of Let's Move in Point brochures that were distributed throughout the district, which was part of our PEP grant initiative. You print our annual calendars, which goes to virtually 7,500 homes. They print our academic policy guides for Ben, PJ, and SPASH. Eric served as a member of the Board of Education, as I mentioned earlier, and you've also done charter school printings for us, which we're very grateful for. So Mrs. Faxon has a plaque that we'd like to give you.
This is in recognition of the significant and profound contributions to the district for advancing the education of all its students and for helping us to fulfill our mission to prepare each student to be successful. With deep heartfelt thanks and gratitude. Thanks. Thank you.
Congratulations, Eric. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We'll give it up for our partnership.
First of all, thank you very much for this recognition. We're always very, very happy to help out the school system whenever we can. We truly do have a great system here. The community should be very proud of it. We want to thank the teachers and the principals and the administrative staff and the school board members and everybody who works so hard every day to help educate our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if you want to turn that around, Eric, and you're going to get a Kodak moment here. Just like the kids. Board question. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Really, thanks again. Good to meet you. Thank you. Bye, sir. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, you bet.
Thanks again for all that you do. Thanks, Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this evening, we'd like to have student, sixth grade student from McKinley, Susan Suchek. I'm sorry?
Kristen.
I'm sorry, did I say Susan? Kristen Suchek. And the person that she would like to recognize this evening is Susan Zook from McKinley. So come on forward, Kristen and Susan. How are you this evening?
Good.
Good, me too. Nice handshake. Hi, Susan. How are you? So this month we have Kristen, who's going to tell us why Susan Zook has made an impact in her life.
1 in a million. What is an amazing teacher like? He or she is fun, crazy, awesome, exciting, marvelous, and unforgettable. Well, I am very lucky because I got to have one of my own. My favorite teacher is fun, crazy, awesome, exciting, marvelous, and funny. But she didn't stop there. She's also loud and proud. Different, outstanding, interesting, dangerous, and unforgettable. This amazing person's name is Susan Zook. What amazes me about Mrs. Zook is that she can teach me so much without me even knowing it. She makes everything so much fun and upbeat, but she is the first person to ever teach me how to relax. And boy, does she have lungs. She doesn't punish us by screaming at us, but by scaring us, which in my opinion works much better. For instance, if you were to demonstrate something for her and she didn't do it quite right, she would blurt out, "Ah!" You will never make that mistake again. What I am still amazed about is how bold she is. She wears the craziest clothes and rocks them. She is still not afraid to be heard, and trust me, at some point you will hear her, even if you are in China. Mrs. Zook is a habitual traveler who always has something new to tell or show us. One unique item in her room is the Messiah pillow. This extraordinary item comes from Messiah tribe in Kenya, Africa, and is made out of wood. The Messiah people use it as a portable pillow. There's only one person who would have a pillow from Kenya entirely made out of wood, and that is Mrs. Zook. Her unique and worldly connections are perfect fit for her unique and worldly personality. Now I hope you can understand what a truly amazing teacher is like, because Mrs. Zook is 1 in a million.
There you go, Susan. Thank you. I think this is the best student speech that I've heard. I'm not kidding. This is the best. And you wrote it yourself. Probably with a little bit of help. You wrote it yourself. Let's give it up for Kristen. We're collecting these, so we're going to have a historical book of those along with Mrs. Zook. So long after Mrs. Zook is no longer teaching and long after you graduated from SPASH, there's a record here of that. How do you feel about that?
Pretty good?
Pretty good? You should. Kristen, are your folks here tonight?
My dad and my brother are here.
And where are they?
In the back.
And your brother. They're taking a picture of you.
Yeah.
There you go. Wonderful. Well, we're going to ask you, Susan, if you could hold that up, and we're going to have Dan take a picture for us, okay? Wonderful. Susan, you want to say anything?
It is my honor to teach every day. I go to school happy and blessed to be able to do it. It's the best profession I could ever ask for.
You're speechless.
I just wanted to bring up the waterboarding. No.
And the clothes do rock. I think the board members would like to meet both. Congratulations.
Thanks, Kristen. You did a great job.
I'm so proud.
Thanks again, Susan. You take care.
Susan,
You're amazing also.
That's great.
Thank you. Speechless for once, huh? She's got you.
Congratulations.
They tell me that too.
What an honor.
All right, item 5C, donations, please.
The Boston School Forest has received a monetary donation in the amount of $250 from Roosevelt School PTO to be used to support the school forest programs. The Stevens Point Area Public School District Special Education Program at Ben Franklin and P.J. Jacobs Junior High Schools each received a monetary donation in the amount of $721.34 from the Knights of Columbus, and the district has received the following donations: $29 from Target and $200 from UPS to be used towards PALMS. The district very much appreciates the generosity of the community.
Thank you. Moving on to public comments, we do have multiple speakers tonight on multiple topics, so we'll limit comments to 3 minutes. And we actually have 5 tonight under Agenda Item 6, public comments, and I'll read the names now and then remind you after each speaker, and I'll announce them in the order people signed up. We have Albert Rackow, followed by Leon Zick, then Alan Martin, Glenn Reindl, and Reed Rocheleau. So with that, Albert.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I heard what you said about the 3 minutes, but with 5 speakers, and if we let them have the extra 2 minutes, that's a whole 10 minutes. And just as one board member, I would really like to hear what the public has to say, and I would, like your indulgence to let the public speak for 5 minutes.
Right, but we also, a number of those speakers are also speaking on multiple agenda items other than that. So again, I appreciate that, but we'll limit the comments in light of the number of speakers and the agendas in 3 minutes. Albert, your 3 minutes starts now.
I'm Albert Rocco, immediate past president of the Stevens Point Area Retired Teachers Association, or SPARTA. I live at 1824 Gilkey Street, Stevens Point. At the October 14th meeting, I told you about the coming used book sale conducted by SPARTA. I am pleased to tell you that the sale went well. We sold several thousand books of almost any subject at affordable prices. The sale was made possible through coordination between the school board and SPARTA. You arranged for us to use a portion of the former Jackson School in which to collect, sort, and sell used books. SPARTA holds 2 sales per year, one in March and another in October. SPARTA offers the public low-cost reading material that certainly promotes reading among children and adults in the community. That promotion of reading helps the school board achieve its mission of prepare each student to be successful. Thank you for making the arrangements to use a portion of the former Jackson School for this purpose. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board.
Thanks, Albert. Leon Zick.
Hi, Leon Zick, S309, County Trunk E, Stevens Point. I'm just going to comment a little bit about Mr. Carlson's program last Wednesday. Number one, he stated that there were some discrepancies we have in the Stevens Point School District. Well, one of the reasons is nobody got a raise in 4 years. So if you correct that, you might correct your discrepancies right up front. Number two, I'd like to he stated in his program that blue-collar workers don't travel more than 40 to 50 miles, basically, so you do the comparables to that. And I was wondering why he used Rhinelander, Shawano, and Merrill for that reason in his comparables. And number three, I agree with our superintendent when he said that he would like to have the bus drivers be compared just to the public sector. And I would hope that you would do that for all of us and compare us to the public sector so you have a fair comparison. And I'd be willing to go through some of the other things that, like when he was talking about different steps that they have for custodians or whatever in the same groups, and it was because of the unions. Well, maybe it's because they do different jobs. Like in Wausau, they have housekeepers, they have custodial ones, they have head custodians, maintenance, so you have a whole bunch of different steps, not because of negotiations or whatever. And I just wanted to make one other comment, that all our unions did a pay freeze voluntarily a few years back when the district needed money. When we still had the right to have negotiations, we voluntarily did a pay freeze. All the groups did. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
Just the 3 schools, Leon, that you mentioned, Rhinelander,
Shawano, and Merrill are the 3 that are just on Merrill's right on the border.
Okay, for the more than the 40 or 40, 50 miles?
40 or 50 miles, yeah.
Thank you.
Next, Alan Martin.
My agenda is just to thank everybody, the school board, the school teachers, and everybody. I'm going to kind of set this up a little bit. There's a lot of people that appreciate what you do, and I was talking to some people about it, and they said, you know, you should tell them, and I don't think you hear it enough, so that's kind of what I'm here for. So because of the work that we do and how we do it, we get a lot of people in our facility touring it. And the question they ask, how do you get such young, competent people? And I'd like to take credit for that, but I can't. And when they say competent, I think what I'm going to describe a little situation. We bought a kind of a complicated piece of equipment from Europe, and generally older people are asked to learn how to run this. Well, we took 2 of our young guys, graduates from Stevens Point School District, to learn how to run that. And when they were there in Germany, learning how to run the machine, they were showing the Germans the software that they were using. And all these old guys in the programming department came around the machine and watched what these young guys were doing. Again, graduates from SPASH school. It's important. The last year I've been working with the different teachers and administrators in the school district, and I wasn't really aware of how competent and enthusiastic and dedicated they were. And I feel very fortunate that I get a chance just to work with them. So I'm here just to say thank you. It's kind of a celebration. We would not be who we are today without SPASH. And like I said, I'd love to take credit for the people we have, but it's the SPASH school district, the whole Stevens Point school district is what I mean, not just SPASH. One of the things that I also want to bring to everybody's attention is how important the shop classes are. Obviously, this is a passion of mine, the shop classes, but it's so important with everything we do. I think a lot of times we don't recognize how important it is for even engineering students. A lot of times we're looking at 2-year programs for shop classes, but one of the things that I'm seeing that consistently happens is you go to college for mechanical engineering, but if you don't have any practical experience, you don't know what press fits are, you don't know what keyways are, you don't know why they need to be dimensioned the way they are. So one of the things that I would really like to offer to the school district, I'll be talking to people at SPASH and some of the other schools, Martin Machining is here to help. Anything that we can do, I shared with some of you the Oliva Strum program, and if there's something we can do to get that involved in our school, I would like to be part of that. And I know there's other people in our area that would also like to help. So thank you for a job well done. I really appreciate you guys.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Next, Glenn Reindl.
Glenn Reindl, 1024 Brawley Street, and SBA co-president. You have a lot coming up on your plate on agenda items, and this is one that hopefully you might want to leapfrog to the front. In dealing with being in a number of buildings and talking with people, there's a big concern specifically about retirement language. As of this November 29th, people will have to decide 3 years out if they're going to retire. And if they don't make a decision in the next month for what's going to happen 3 years from now, there will be no retirement benefit for them. Now, it's a small amount of money per person, $30,000, that I think everybody would agree is going to save money with a higher salaried person, even with that small amount per year stepping out and a newer teacher stepping in. But I think the way you've got it set up is you're not going to get any retirees. You're asking people 3 years out that you need to retire. And if you don't tell us by the end of the month, 3 years out, there's nothing for you. And I don't understand the motivation for that. If you don't want to require benefits, that's fine. Give them a year to year. But numerous people are saying, well, I'm not going to tell them I'm going to retire. If they're going to take the benefit, that's fine. But I cannot look 3 years out. And so we did some checking. I'm going to name for you all of the schools in central Wisconsin and all of the large metro areas that have this sort of deadline 3 years out. I just named them all except Stevens Point. There's not a one in central Wisconsin that does anything like this. All of the larger ones that are equatable to us aren't doing anything like this because, number one, it seems like the goal is we want to make sure you're leaving and then we'll give you some money. It's not about when you're ready to go, when you're ready to teach. I thought we'd learned a lesson 3 years ago when we chased out a lot of people who are doing great things in Neenah, doing great things in Almond Bancroft, great things in Almond Friendship, because they're like, okay, I cannot live without this benefit package. I can't teach another 8 years or 6 years or 5 years because I planned 25 years. I mean, I talked to a teacher who was 29 years in. And they're like, why can't I just tell them next year that I'll go next year? I'm not playing a game. I'm not trying to hold on. But for me to say 3 years out, 2016, I'm going to retire, 2015, that's a lot to ask. Our apparel budget is more than you give to one of these teachers. Our fluctuations in state aid are hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I mean, between budgets. Once we know the budget, we may know the next year. This is not a big item, but it's an item that when we talk about morale and we went to bring it up, just say, hey, look, let's bring it up in November and say, let's just give them to 2014. Or let's give them 2015. At least give them another year. There's so many things going on. Financially, people who've given 25, 27, 29 years to the district, it's not going to hurt the district at all money-wise. It's just a way of you to say, okay.
Thank you, Glenn.
We don't need to have it that way. So please, move it forward.
Reed Rocheleau, you're next.
Thank you, Board Member Lisa Totten, for attempting to get the public longer. You can't. Glenn Reindl, a perfect example here. Not enough time to present a problem and offer a solution. And you were all hanging on everything he said. He's cut off by Mr. Rothman, like a broken record here, the president. Every week, same thing. Too long an agenda, and then not any of you other board members back up Lisa Totten. Boy, thanks a lot. Thank goodness there's going to be an election pretty soon. We get rid of people like Mr. Rothman. Knife taser incident. Isn't it amazing? We get a big incident like that, don't make the newspapers? What is another cover-up like the terrorist bombing they had here a while back? It's perplexing. Renee Shively's comment at the last meeting. Too many closed sessions, she claims. Then she goes and admonishes the board members who frequently vote against closed sessions. Boy, that makes a lot of sense. Hey, hats off to Kim Sherrick. She's finally got a board member who's figured it out how to get honest and accurate information. She called it Mr. Divine. That's how you finally figured out what this 10 and 2 was all about. You know? And you finally got some straight answers. You don't get them from the superintendent of schools, but that's what you got. But that's what you have to do. But then you failed when Mr. Keck got up there and started asking. You were asking questions. And he was explaining this Altman strange deal that should be investigated. How that mysteriously got given to him like a treat. And then Mr. Winiger right away butts in, and that's done with Mr. Keck. He can't talk no more. Mr. Owens gets up. Right away, Mr. Winiger right here interrupts him. He wants to control the debate here. And does Mr. Rothman threaten to call 911 when he's interrupting everybody? But what do you board members do? Nothing. And then and then this stuff about that the administration he's our only employee. What do you mean? How about the rest of our principals and everybody else? They should be required to be here at every meeting. They work for us. They're our employees too. And then you can call them up and ask them questions. Then you'll get some honest answers. But no, he wants to let them go home early. Okay, state should be required. They should be required to attend all meetings. We got a $4 million electrical problem, and where's Bob Larson? How much could you guys cut from that? He wants to cut 10-20% from travel. You could have cut money. No, just pass it. And there it goes, Christine Scott. You bragging how long you've been here, and then we find out even Mr. Keck and Mr. Winiger blamed it on the past administration. You say, oh, we can't micromanage here. Well, maybe if you had been micromanaging after the 10, 12, 14 years you claim you've been here, maybe you wouldn't have these problems. Hopefully, you'll be gone at this next election. And then, we could have easily cut out money, future agenda items. You know,
Reed, thank you.
How many other school districts had a vote of no confidence?
Your time is up. Thank you.
I know my time is up.
7A, the SPASH Student Senate Report. Ashley St. Aubin Clark, what have you for us tonight?
Okay, so this weekend was Make a Difference Day, and the Reagathon and a bunch of clubs participated, Student Senate and Key Club. Boys and girls cross country took first at sectionals and are moving on to state this weekend at Rapids. Student Senate ran a WASC, Wisconsin Association of School Councils, elementary conference at UWSP last Thursday, and many elementary, or five or six elementaries came, and they included Simmons Point School District, including McDill, Bannock, Plover Whiting, Madison, and I think one other that I can't remember. And also, the fall play would like to invite the board members to their performances, which are starting November 7th, Thursday through Saturday at 7 p.m. and 1 p.m. on Sunday.
And what is the play? Do you know?
13 Past Midnight. It's a murder mystery.
Thank you. All right. Item 7B, board member comments. Jeff Presley, you wish to comment on administrator comments? Or contracts, I'm sorry.
Kind of made some notes. I usually don't do notes a lot. I typically don't give speeches. I'll talk during the meetings, but unless something has really rise to that level of concern, this has. My journey kind of starts a couple weeks ago. I was talking to a fellow county board supervisor, Jim Krim. I have a lot of respect for him. He's been in this community umpteen bazillion years. And I was explaining my frustration with him about my participation on this board. And he said, Jeff, remember one thing. You can always change things from the inside. It's relatively easy. But it's harder to change things from the outside. So that's going to be my goal, is to change things from the inside and change that level of frustration that I've seen the last couple months in participating on this board. There was an administrator contract that I refused to sign because it had some conditions in it that raised the level of concern. That started this whole sequence, and I want to, some of the lessons that I learned in that process, I want to share with this board, especially because I think it's issues that we need to address as a board, as a district, because it really affects how we function. So my first question, in doing this speech is, why? I asked a lot of whys. Why do we do it this way? Number one, how can we approve contracts as a board without even seeing the contracts? It's a regular habit of us now. I am just as guilty as the rest of us. We should not be approving any contracts without seeing the wording on that contract first. Secondly, how can we approve a contract for somebody who's already started with the district? What if we didn't approve that contract and that person had already started with the district? The ultimate authority is with this board. We hold the purse strings, so to speak, and it is our obligation as board members to make sure that we have all the information necessary to make the right decisions. Third thing, we should always have a description of whoever we're hiring, what their job function is. We need to know, when we're making that financial decision, what are they going to be doing for our district? What are their job duties? Not just going, yep, okay, that's fine. Next, we should know what their salary and benefits. What's the cost to this district? We need to know what their wages are going to be and their benefits are going to be before we even approve. Because it's our responsibility that we start that baseline. When we hire an individual, it is our responsibility to approve that position, and then the administration goes from there. As a board, since I've sat on it since May, we have not done that. The individual's qualifications. While I understand, that it goes through the vetting process of the administration, again, we need to make sure that that person is qualified for that position. These are not new concepts. I can tell you my experience from the county board. They do this on every new position. They see this information. You redact the information that is confidential, and the board gets to make their decision based on that information. It spurs discussion and conversations, but also educates the board on what these positions go for. Next thing that came up, Emails. It's been a big conversation in the last couple months with us as far as who gets emails, who doesn't get the email. You know, we have become Washington, D.C. We have made such a bureaucracy in our own processes as a board that we can't get anything done. I mean, when you want something on the agenda, it's going to be 6 months down the road before we even see or even talk about it. Emails, we email 6 different people, 5 or 6 different people, every shot. Let's think about that. Why are we doing this? It's madness because at least 2 of those individuals are secretaries who, in all honesty, we're just wasting their time because we're just asking a question or requesting information. So it's almost like we're sending out junk mail just to generate. The next thing is sharing of information. While these conversations of me questioning a particular contract, the information wasn't shared with the board. Not per our protocol. It was only shared with me. That's a concern because I know my fellow board members are concerned about that. That everybody gets it. But that's not how it works. It really doesn't. And that's something that needs to change. And where does that change come from? The 9 people here. Because ultimately that's our decision of how that works. The next thing is the sharing of information. Too much, too little. I'd rather have too much information than too little information. And that seems to be par for course as far as too little information. Again, back to making decisions about contracts or whatever, we should have more information than we really want. It should be in a usable format, but it should also not be at our places on the night of the meeting. When I'm here at the meeting, I'm here at the meeting. I shouldn't be trying to read something. Our package should be ready by Thursday. We should have that information to review. How can we make good decisions as a board if I'm more concentrated on what's at my place than the conversation that's going on with my fellow board members? I'm going to tell you right now, me personally, I'm going to listen to what you have. If it's sitting at my place, I'm not going to read it because I should have had it back on Thursday. We as a board should set the standards of the information that we want, the format that we want, and when we want it. This is what we need to do because, like I said, there are several board members that have a lot of concerns about that. We need to address those concerns because at the end of the day, we, as a group of 9, make that decision. Without all of the information, we have situations where we have buyer's remorse more than once. And we should never have that situation. Next point. Who runs this district? It's a good question. Why do I ask that? Because we spend over $100,000 in legal bills annually. Over 100. We have dictated the way that we do business by passing it by an attorney every time. Same with my administrator contract. I had some questions as far as a particular clause that was in there. Guess what? I went to the attorney. I guarantee the attorney billed us probably $400 or $500 for her response, but her response had nothing to do with my question. Nothing. We just wasted $500 on a question for an attorney to answer that, in all honesty, guess what? We pay almost $10,000 to WASB, the association we belong to. You can actually call the attorney there for free. It's amazing. It doesn't cost you a dime. And yet we will pick up the phone anytime to call the attorney about something. That's a concern because it's dollars we have to be good stewards. At what we start teachers at, that could be 3 positions, 4 positions, depending on how much we spend a year. We have to be better stewards of the dollars. And I'm going to harp about this every meeting, I guarantee you, when it comes to dollars. Because any dollars that we can save, it goes back into our classrooms. or back into our teachers. We need to be good stewards of those dollars. Closed sessions. A lot of conversations about that. Should we go in? Shouldn't we go in closed sessions? Administrator contracts are public record. They should be posted on our website. Not just available in the superintendent's office. All contracts are public record. Period. No question. Thing to remember about the contracts too. In my review of the contracts, when as the clerk I am required to sign off on those, we have the compensation study coming up. We give out 2% annuities. We give out vacation not per the handbook. We give guarantees to go to national conferences, wages that go to the base. We don't even do that for our own employees. We're making some distinctions here that we need to be very careful when we look at our wage comparisons and we go through the study. We level out the playing field. Everybody's treated equally. Nobody's better than the other person. The next thing, in the process of asking information as far as for the issue that came up in this contract, one of the things I discovered that I didn't realize, superintendent's the gatekeeper. We give him the legal authority to be the gatekeeper of all information that this board does. Here's the thing. We have closed sessions, and we talk about our superintendent in that closed session. We've done that several times. Whether it's written or recorded, well, guess who has access to those records? We need to change our policy because I never want anybody to ever question the integrity of our superintendent because he or she has access to those records. So, either the board president, vice president, the secretary have the key to the closed sessions. If there's a record request for those closed sessions, it has to come to the board. And the superintendent no longer has access, is no longer the gatekeeper to those specific records, and has to come to the board for permission to open those records. It's for his protection, her protection, and our protection. It's important that we have free flowing of information because that's the only thing that we have to make our decisions. And at this point in time, I don't see the free flowing. It's not happening, and it needs to happen. For this board to move forward, we need to seriously make some changes. Kind of brings up my side topic. Discussions with our superintendent. As you can see, it's on our agenda. Maybe December 9th, the meeting that we want to cancel. So maybe in January or February, we'll have that opportunity to discuss some performance, some issues that maybe the board has, communication plan, objectives, whatever. We will never get to it. We will be through our entire year, just about, before we even talk about it. We are a Board of Education. It's about educating our children. And sometimes, you know what? You can't move at a snail's pace. There are issues that this board was elected to address. And if you have to wait 6 months, I mean, I'm waiting for the shutdown to happen. I mean, we are literally making a bureaucratic nightmare of how we run our district. That's not how we should be. We are Central Wisconsin. We do business on a handshake sometimes. We still do here. Maybe I'm just nostalgic, but we need to go back to those days. I remember the days that you could just walk up to the superintendent and say, hey, you know what? This would be kind of a good agenda item. And that's all it took. It was on the agenda. What happened to those days? That's my concern. Free flow of the information, maybe it'll cut down some of the requests for information. We should have already had it. So, I apologize for taking all this time, but I do appreciate you listening. And hopefully we move forward as a district and as a board. I appreciate it.
No problem with the time. Thank you for the comments. Item 7C, WASB Legislative Report. Renee?
Yes.
I apologize, Renee. Can I comment on his comments?
I can't, not by board policy.
No.
Why not?
Board policy says that any public comment can't be commented on, that the board president would assign it.
But it's on the agenda for discussion.
I'm just reporting you what the
No,
board policy says.
it's on for information, and Jeff signed up to make the comment.
We've done it before, though, but
Well,
I'll find the case. We've done it before. But anyways, I kudos to you of doing that, so
And
I
if you could send me that policy, Attila, that says we can't?
We've discussed the comments before.
Folks, can we stop, please? All right. If you want to speak, do you mind letting me know? Otherwise, I can pass the gavel and we can just go around the table. Okay?
That'd probably be
It
the
was
best
on
idea.
for an information item only, and we will be discussing board comments at a future meeting. So, Renee, we're back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention on October 30th, there is a hearing from 2 until 8 p.m. at the Northern Technical College up in Wausau, and it is on the Common Cores standards, so people can go up and testify either for or against those Common Cores. They were passed earlier, and now they're having hearings. There has been some opposition to them. However, in terms of a district, we have made an investment in time and money with teacher training and curriculum. But this is, I believe, the 30th is the last of these hearings. So I'd encourage any of the board members that could attend and any of the public members that are interested. That's this Thursday, I believe, October 30th, 2 to 8 at North Central Technical College. And that is my report, other than just asking the board members to read the weekly update from WASB regarding some of the bills and activity. Thank you.
Thank you. We've moved item 10C1, the charter school update, to item 7D. So, Connie, you and your team, we're ready for you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us. We are here tonight to give you an update on the charter school status and the planning grant that we received. The last time we met and spoke with you, we had been awarded a charter school planning grant for $225,000 and shared with you that we were going to spend time this year taking a look at a potential charter school in our district, specifically a charter school that focused on expeditionary learning as the learning model for students in grades 6 through 8. So the goal for tonight is to let you know, since that last meeting and since that last update, what are the activities that have taken place, and then future activities that will involve real close communication with our governing board and you as a school board. So Jen Zock is here to give you a little bit of a summary on what's taken place since we last met.
Thanks, Connie. Well, it is so nice to see all of you, especially from this side of the podium. So thank you for letting us come tonight to update you on what's been happening with the charter school. Since your unanimous vote, which gave us a solid foundation to move forward with the planning grant, we have developed a governing board and an advisory board. The governing board has representatives from the community, businesses, UWSP, of course our own staff here in the Stevens Point School District, and a parent. We have had governance training for that governing board. We visited Jackson Elementary School with members of both the governing board as well as the advisory board, as well as the expeditionary learning school planner, and we were really excited about the potential for what could go on both inside and outside that building for students. We had an all-day planning meeting. At the planning meeting, we collaborated together to come up with a name for our school, Jackson Middle School for Expeditionary Learning. And most recently, there were 5 of us who were able to go down to the national conference in Atlanta. And a really great conference fills you with knowledge. It lets you collaborate with individuals who are more knowledgeable than you are about the subject of which you're learning. And then it sends you away with great enthusiasm to go forward and do your work. And that's exactly what we came away with from this conference. It was just fantastic. So that is where we've been, and now Connie is going to tell a little bit more about where we're going.
Charter school money is allocated from the federal governments to the states with the purpose of taking a look at different kinds of schools. And so it provides that funding for us to go and hire consultants that come and teach us, as well as go and listen to other people from other schools. Without that kind of funding, we wouldn't see what people are doing outside of Stevens Point, certainly outside of Wisconsin. So attending a national conference was really nice to have the funding to do that, and certainly exciting to talk with what people are doing. So we've learned a lot about expeditionary learning. Quite frankly, we're looking at a delivery model for students in 6th through 8. It is very non-traditional in its approach, meaning very different from how our junior highs operate. It's interdisciplinary with kind of a burning question that students will start to answer through projects while still providing some of the things that we hold true, and that is and important in physical education and music. So right now we are in planning stages and looking at those things. The next step, and Jen mentioned, we do have our governing board and we have an advisory council, and we have great representation from the community and from our district, as well as people from the board and people who have been on the board. The next step will bring a contract to all of you. It'll be a contract that's written that is the governing board of the Expeditionary Learning School will potentially sign a contract with the Stevens Point School District. It's really important that that is going to be looked carefully at. It is a contract that says that this school, Jackson Middle School for Expeditionary Learning, is still a public school within the Stevens Point School District. It'll talk about where the site is at and things that the district will have some obligations for. So I just really want to be open and upfront about what those things are. Charter school money allows for a planning grant for a year and then 2 years of implementation grant money. Quite frankly, it's seed money. It's money to get people thinking about new ways of delivering, new kinds of schools, and new ways of delivering instruction. It also gives you startup funds. For many schools, they need to rent places to open, furniture, equipment, supplies, curriculum, textbooks. All those kinds of things can be used with the charter school funding. But staff is not a component of the charter school funding. The reason for that is that the federal government via the states want to say, hey, here's some money to get some startup costs and look at other ways of delivering instruction. However, as we all know, staff is the major component of a school's cost. And we don't want, when the charter money goes away, that the school goes away. And so there could potentially be obligations from the district should we open this school, this Expeditionary Learning School. It could be that you would have a whole bunch of kids that would come from one whole section of the community via take your staff with you, or we could have quite a few students that come out of other schools, open enroll in, homeschool students coming in which case they would bring dollars with them. But I just want to share with you that as that contract comes forward, it's going to be needed to look very, very carefully at, because there's some obligations and from sharing of staff particularly that could take place. So that is coming. We would look at posting a lead teacher position as an anticipated opening and go through the hiring practice just as the school district hires, posting it, interviewing, going through all of the protocols that our school district goes through, and then bringing that contract to you in the next couple months to take a look at and say this is something we want to go forward with. I just wanted to mention, as I did with the school board considerations that you will need to have, is there's a potential for shared costs for staffing, meaning obligation on the staff, the district's part for staffing potentially. There's also the question of, because things are happening in the federal government, charter school money comes from the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which has not yet been allocated to the states yet. So charter money, although it's been in the state forever, right now is questionable on whether it's going forward. So I need you to be aware of that as well. And as well as taking a look at Jackson School. While we did visit Jackson, it's an excellent site, but there would be some district obligations in terms of getting that school ready to open. The bottom line is the contract would be something that you will take a very careful look at, see if it's something that you want to support as a different kind of school within the district. That charter is going to be written through our expeditionary learning consultant, and our governing board members, as well as Terry from the board, are taking a look at. If we're going to join a contract, it makes sense to take a look at it together, and then certainly make it very transparent and how we proceed forward. So expeditionary learning is very successful throughout the nation. There are some great schools, but it is going to take everyone saying, yep, this is how we want to move forward, and there could be some obligations to the school district. So I hope that gives you kind of maybe even more information than you wanted, but just to share with you really clearly where we're at.
Questions or comments for Connie or Jen? Kim?
I guess my question is why the name? If we didn't approve Jackson School yet, why that name?
It was a collaborative effort, and actually it was a little controversial in the meeting whether or not to use Jackson or not use Jackson, but ultimately that's what the group decided. And well, you know how those decisions go, Kim. When a group decides something,
Regardless what side of the coin you are, yeah. I would just suggest, my suggestion is not using that, just in case if the Jackson does not, because then it's going to confuse people. So, if that counts as one vote.
No, it
doesn't really.
It's a good question though, because we had a lot of conversation, and people said, should we just name it something completely else, different? And then other folks said, you know what? At the end of the day, everyone's going to call it Jackson because of the history. So, you know, again, that's something that is nothing is in stone until we join in a contract.
And, Terry,
Chris.
two questions. When, if the board should approve the contract in that, so when would we possibly think the school might open?
Our goal is next fall.
It is, so for 2000.
It's a very ambitious goal, and understand that, you know, the group, as excited as we are, we're still nervous about it, but regardless of what happens, taking a look at other ways of educating kids and other ways in different kinds of schools is something we need to go look at. Whether we're not going to take this charter school money, some other district is and will. And they're looking at different kinds of schools. They're worth looking at. It's not anything better, it's just different.
And one other question
Yes.
for the administration. I'm assuming after Jeff's comments, this would be a contract that the lawyers would want to look at, our legal would want to look at.
They've already looked at the MOU, for example, so
Right.
they already know what's coming, and so they'll be working on that contract.
Okay.
Legal fees were built into our grant as well, so absolutely you would want, you know, legal advice on both sides. What the MOU that you've been looking at, that's just the money from the grant that's paying for expeditionary learning folks to come and help us.
Right.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, folks.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Item 7D is now, or was, 10C3, the district and school report cards report, and that's Bill and Keel.
So are you going to use this?
Thank you, Dan. Good evening. We're here to share some information about the school report card and the new district report card. To go back and give a little background, last year the Department of Public Instruction issued a school report card for the first time to every public school in the state of Wisconsin. This year, the DPI has added the district report card, and that's what is up on the screen for you this evening. Each public school and district earns an overall accountability score between 0 and 100. That score that we received this year as a district is in the state of Wisconsin in the upper left-hand corner there. It's important to note that while the scale is from 0 to 100, it is not a percent score. It's not a percent measurement. The score is based on our performance in 4 priority areas, and those 4 priority areas are listed on the right-hand side, in the right-hand column. Student achievement, which is the overall achievement for our students in reading and math. A combination of those give us our score. Student growth, which is measured from year to year, looking at students, all students' growth in reading and math for a combined score. The next priority area is closing gaps, and that is looking at the performance differences between specific groups of students, specifically looking at students with language issues, English language issues, low-income students, students with disabilities, and then members of racial or ethnic groups are compared to like groups within the state to give you a closing gap score. And then something they call on track for post-secondary readiness. Looking at, they use a couple different factors and come up with students, kind of a predictor of a student's ability to graduate from high school and then go on for post-secondary education from there. So what this DPI has done is they take those 4 scores, they average them, take those 4 scores for points, 71.8, 61.1, so on, average those, divide them by 4, and come up with a score of 72.2, which then they take one other indicator to arrive at your score, and those are the ones underneath those 4 priority scores called student engagement indicators. Those will never add to your score, but they could subtract from your overall score. And what they look at for those are test participation rates, absenteeism rate, and dropout rate. So again, those don't add to your score, but if you don't meet the criteria for those can deduct from your overall score. So looking at our district at a 72.2, that puts us in the category of meeting expectations. You can see on the left-hand column, the colored column, a 72.2 would put us within that meeting expectations range. And we're also pleased to let you know, when it's in your packet, that all of our schools are in the either meeting, all of our schools are meeting expectations, at least meeting expectations, and we have 4 of our schools that are actually exceeding expectations. As we look at those scores as a district, the 2, again, not to jump right to the negative, we do see positives in our scores, but the 2 areas that are areas that we think we can and need to address a bit are student growth and closing gaps. As you look at our overall scores up there, they tend to trend as the state is trending and are a little bit lower than the overall student achievement and on track for post-secondary readiness. So as we've looked at that student growth and closing gaps data, we have tried to start addressing those even before the report cards came out, I think. And I think one of our main interventions is response to intervention. Using the RTI process, we are really looking at students who we know are in need of intervention, students who are struggling in reading or math, and looking at providing interventions to those students as early as possible. So certainly getting involved in the RTI process as early as our district has is a benefit to helping us look at having all students show growth and helping close those gaps for groups. We were able to add a couple of response to intervention coaches this year who I believe are going to help us, who are already helping us a lot with helping teachers, helping buildings find those students and then come up with intervention plans for helping those students be more successful. At the last board meeting, you approved adding some reading teacher time and some ELL time. That certainly is based upon a need that we have perceived, or a need that we see, based on we do have students at a couple of buildings who are in need of some, who are English language learners or students who are struggling in the area of reading. So we've come to you and thank you for approving those additional FTE that we have to help address those, address the needs of those students in ELL, English language learning, and reading. We have also looked at modifying our elementary daily schedule. And if you remember back to the discussion, one of the primary reasons for us looking at modifying our school day is we know that we need to have large blocks of instructional time, uninterrupted times when we can be focusing on teaching students reading, math, and the other subject areas. So again, I think the initial feedback I'm getting from buildings is that daily schedule is helping us to do that, to provide larger blocks of uninterrupted time where we don't have those little splinters of time where teachers can be working with the students and not having 15 minutes and then interruption, 20 minutes interruption, some of those kinds of things going on. The other thing that it also has helped us do is provide an actual intervention block in every school every day. There's an intervention block that's identified as a time to be working with students who we know have needs in reading or math and need specific intervention to help them be more successful with that. Renee mentioned earlier the Common Core. We certainly have been using the Common Core standards. It certainly makes us nervous to think that with the time we've invested in learning about the core standards and trying to correlate our curriculum to them, that they might change that now. We may not be able to derail that at this point, or we may have to deal with that. But again, that would be frustrating to us. We certainly could overcome that, but we put a lot of time, energy, and money into, again, learning what those Common Core standards are and utilizing those to help align our curriculum to those, so we make sure we're teaching the students what they need to know in order to be successful in measurements like this. The school report card, the district report card and the school report cards do provide us with some very valuable information. Just a couple of cautions. Again, we've had the school report cards for 2 years. This is the second year for the schools. The district, this is the first one. So sometimes I think we're quick to say, well, let's look at last year's scores, look at this year's scores, and that'll help us determine exactly what's going on. I don't think that's actually totally true. I think certainly it starts to give us some information as we compare one year to the next. But certainly as we look at change happening, most change experts will talk to you about a 5 to 7 year change process. We can't turn things around in a year or two. So I think we need to be cautious or a little careful about just looking at last year's data and comparing it to this year's data and drawing solid conclusions from that. Certainly that information is valuable to building principals, valuable to their staffs. It's information they need and information they're using. But again, I think we need to make sure that we're a little cautious about that and look for trends over time and see how we're trending on these report cards from year to year. The data in the report cards has certainly been being analyzed by our building principals and their staffs. We've shared this information with them. They have celebrated some of the successes that they've seen in the report card, but they also, just as we as a district are looking at areas like student growth and closing gaps for their specific buildings, they have taken the time to look that over and determine what areas they need to specifically be working on, what areas they need to address, and have either tweaked their school improvement plans or in some places added to their school improvement plans to make sure that they are addressing the needs that are being demonstrated or identified through the district school report card. And then secondly, just a quick reminder that, again, this is our first and second year for these, so we certainly want to make sure that we're watching those trends over time. The school report cards look pretty much like exactly like this, I guess, other than the information and data that you do have in your packets speak specifically to each school and their scores in those different areas. And again, that information certainly is helpful along with other indicators such as response to intervention, information that they're gathering, helping them form plans and ideas for how they can provide assistance for their students. So at this time, we would certainly entertain any questions that you might have. Do have building principals here who could answer specific questions if you have more specific information that you need about any building information that's in your packet.
Questions for Bill or Keel? Chris?
Just kind of a general question, Bill. Looking through and comparing some of the different percentages in that, when you look at the 4 schools that are exceeding expectations and you look at the students that are, or the schools that are meeting, and I know students are different and that, but I mean, does anything jump out in, and it's, I know it's really early, but I mean, are there any major items that jump out that say, you know, there's more or less or?
It's a good question, and I think we certainly have asked ourselves some of those questions. You look at some buildings that are doing a much better job, say, in closing gaps.
Right.
And that's very important to us. So I think it also gives, knowing that information throughout the buildings, we certainly it gives principals and staffs an opportunity to talk to those folks and say, hey, what are you doing over there?
Right.
You're doing a great job on closing gaps. What is it specifically that you're doing and that we can steal? We're great stealers in education. We love to take ideas from others and use them. Stealers, not the best term, I guess. But so yes, I mean, I think it does provide us that information. It also provides us the opportunity to work with each other and find out what we're doing that's working, and take those ideas and take them to our own building. Again, I think the demographics of the building certainly enter into that somewhat, and also the resources that you have in your building can impact upon that. The resources that you have to address those needs can.
It's just kind of interesting because some of the schools I noticed that who are exceeding, you look at a school that's meeting, and their gap is actually higher. Their percentage is higher. It's kind of different. It's not what you would expect with the growth, and then.
Right, you'd see a student who's doing very well in student achievement, but their gap level doesn't look as good as some other buildings.
So it just depends, but it's just kind of interesting. So I just wondered that if they do talk about that, and what are you using? What different schools are using?
Yep. Yes.
I just have we're in a unique situation with all the principals here, so I guess I'm just wondering if you fill in the blank, if we had blank, I know we could get our scores up. Is there an answer to that? Is there something that you need from us as the Board of Education to improve that you think is not there or that we can be working on to help you?
I would just say that several of the things that Bill has already mentioned are very important to us moving forward. And another thing that we didn't touch on is our math curriculum. We're continuing to look at revising our math curriculum and selecting math materials that support the Common Core and support our curriculum, which will be aligned. And I think the financial support that the board can provide in that area of math will be key. That's an area that is one of the two main areas, obviously. The other thing that you have supported is the daily schedule and the provision of early release dates for staff to collaborate with one another. And the continuing support we've had from the teacher services, special ed and regular ed collaboration, as well as the support that you've given to ESL staffing or ELL staffing. Those are all going to be keys moving forward to increasing student growth and closing those gaps.
Renee.
When I look at the reports, when you look at them overall, our district looks very good. But as you had mentioned, Bill, when you look at the detail, it was surprising to me to see a number of the schools, almost all the schools, have one area or a couple. For instance, it was just, not to put them on the spot, but Carl was just speaking, and if I look at Plover Whiting's, their student growth areas, the reading growth is below state average. It was 29 and state average is 33. Mathematic growth is 25 and the state is 32. And that's not just to pick on Plover Whiting, but when I look at all the schools, I can pick up Ben Franklin, their reading, P.J. Jacobs, their reading. And when I've been out and talked to some of the staff, although RTI is a great resource, but if you have a class of 30 students and you have some special ed students in there as well with some behavioral issues, and you have that block scheduling, which is helpful, but if you have 5, maybe even 10 kids that need some work on these interventions, and you're obligated to do that twice a week, and now they're adding writing, I believe.
Yes.
And I know that as
most interventions are usually 3 to 4 a week, actually. So
Are they?
at least three times to 4 times a week, typically.
And so you have one teacher kind of getting all of these needs, and then we've really, as a district, have really not done a lot for the gifted and talented or some of those kids. So my concern, when I look at these numbers, and I had asked Attila, when you look at the state numbers, does that include everybody in the state? And he said that it does, and I know they increased the standards, the cut scores, which I get, but the Wisconsin cut scores were lower than a lot of other states, so we raised them up. But it just concerns me when I see that, noticing that in these state averages, we're against the Milwaukee schools and some other schools. And with all of that for a teacher on her plate or his plate, that really concerns me in terms of being able to meet the needs of all of those kids. And I understand getting in coaches and some different things like that, but how does that help a teacher really with the day-to-day things? You can have a coach that can help identify and give you some strategies, but how does that teacher manage to meet all those needs of all those students on a daily basis?
You're right. It's a really tough job. I think teaching now, even compared to 5 or 10 years ago, is a much more difficult job. I certainly agree with you. I think you're right. The coach can't come in and do the job for you. They can take away some of the time that you would have to pull back from your students from to find the intervention. To after the students identified, find the intervention and do all those kinds of things. But it still comes down to the classroom teacher providing the intervention, monitoring it, progress monitoring it, reevaluating in about a 9-week period, and then either coming up with, if it's not working, coming up with a new intervention. It's a lot of work, and I share that, and I share your concerns with that. I guess I'm not sure that I've got the answer. I think obviously if you can keep class sizes smaller, that's helpful. I think I agree when you start getting up to 30 and over 30 students, it gets more difficult to differentiate and provide for those students. So yeah, I'm not giving you an answer probably to your, but I do share that with you, and I agree. It's a really tough job, and our teachers do an incredible amount of things that I think most people don't even realize that they're doing as they're trying to meet the needs of all these kids.
One of the questions I have is, do all the districts do RTI the way we're doing it?
Go ahead.
One of the things about RTI is you really develop it locally and decide what it is going to work well in your district. And what I was thinking as you were talking is one of the things that the board should know too is that the district has been developing the RTI system that we use, and it is still under development and still will continue to be modified in order to be more effective with the students. The elementary level is ahead of the rest of the district. That starts there. Most districts start that way, building in the elementary level. There are more resources available, more universal screeners, more progress monitoring tools available at the elementary level than anywhere else, because the earlier the intervention, the better the results. As we get to the junior high level, we have the RTI system there is newer. Both schools have just started to implement that and work through changes. I shouldn't say just started, but they're working through changes and developing and growing it. And the high school is looking at RTI for full implementation this spring, starting with some elements and developing it. And that's typically where most school districts are at. Some maybe a little bit behind or a little bit ahead, but it's a process they go through. A lot of that is as the kids come up through the system, the language and the data that follows them, the interventions follow them as they come up, and it grows. We have looked at other districts and what they're doing, and we continue to do that. Greg and I are going to take a trip to one of the schools in Lake Geneva that has a very good reputation with the state as far as having a very good working RTI system, to take a look at what they do at the high school level.
Okay. With the elementary, maybe as you've implemented more of that, and when you have decreased funding, or because we're looking at the levy rate tonight too, and it's going up. And I know there are many parents that aren't that happy with some of the class sizes. So, I guess, are you involving the teachers and asking them for input in terms of what's working and what isn't? When I look at having coaches and things, I think that's a great thing to have, but does it make sense to have coaches, or does it make sense to have smaller class sizes so you have more teachers that can do that? Are you asking teachers in the schools for their input? Is it a participatory thing where they?
Yeah, and I think it's an important thing to understand. That's why it's different from district to district and how it is implemented, because it really is a team approach led by teams at each school. So once a instructional data team is formed or a problem-solving team is formed, they determine at that school how they're going to work with the students and how they're going to process the information and how they're going to provide supports. So that's why it's an ongoing process, and it does involve the teachers in terms of figuring out, what works best with our kids in our school. And it changes with the number of students that you're working with and helping at each grade level and at each year. So it is flexible that way too and responsive. So it absolutely needs to involve teachers in terms of determining, how you're going to try to work with these students.
But I would think there have to be some best practices.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, across the district, you have to learn from the different schools that are doing that, I would think. And you are involving the teachers in the classroom.
Exactly. And one of the things that the elementary level has started to do is have the instructional lead teachers meet on a monthly basis so that those instructional lead teachers from each school are coming together and training together and sharing together too. So, and I don't know if that's something that they've talked about specifically in sharing what's working at each school for this year, but that's definitely part of the structure involving them and collaborating too.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate the report. I would like to hear more about this as it goes on. It is something that just concerns me in terms of, I understand in the elementary level you want to get them identified sooner, and you want to be able to provide the resources. And as I said at our last meeting, I just don't believe, and I guess you said that, Bill, I don't believe that the makeup of our classrooms today is the same that it was 3 to 5 years ago, and I think we're asking staff to do more and more. And you just can't get to everything. So I'm concerned about that, and I'm concerned about our class sizes. So.
And at the secondary and at the secondary level too. I mean, that's one of the things that this spring we'll be looking at the schedule at SPASH in particular and seeing if there are ways that we can adjust that schedule and rework that. And I know that's been coming. You've been hearing about that for some time with the task forces. So really that's an element that schools use to try to maximize their intervention possibilities for students and their support potential for students. So that's something that's really part of that conversation as you try to consider changes for the school too.
Lisa.
Before we get to talking about class sizes, which hopefully, we're actually going to be doing, have you guys looked at all about adding additional assistant time for these teachers? I mean, just even to stand at the copier and make their copies for them or, whatever they can do.
We have done that, Lisa, and we typically will do that, particularly when those classes are exceeding. When those classes are exceeding the guideline by a student or two, we will typically we add EA time to all of those classes.
Okay.
To do exactly those kinds of things, and also to run some smaller groups for the teachers so that they can start to get at some of those other students. So yes, we do use EA time for that. Definitely.
They can't be instructors, yeah.
What's that?
They can't instruct.
No, they can run instructional groups that teachers plan for them.
But then you have to plan for them, yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
No.
Other questions for Bill or Keel? All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Superintendent's report.
There was some discussion earlier, a couple meetings ago, maybe longer, I don't know, about whether or not the time should be spent reading the superintendent's report. I think one of the board members said, well, it's provided in print and people can read it. So I just want to know whether or not you want me to read this or whether or not just having it in print is sufficient.
I had a chance to read it before the meeting.
I haven't seen it, so I mean, it'd be nice if it was included in the packet.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I got it.
It's there. It was on your desk. Yeah.
As long as...
Getting it earlier would be awesome, so if we had any questions on it or confirmation, we could ask it earlier, so.
Well, I'm going to provide the report as I have in the past because some of these items come at me pretty late in the game.
So why don't you just go ahead and
At Plover Whiting Elementary School, there an addition update. All bids are in, and we are within budget, including a contingency amount. Ellis Stone is cautiously optimistic that as the work progresses, we will be able to free the contingency to purchase additional cabinetry for the classrooms. Tree removal and site excavation began today. Ellis Stone is confident that we'll have footings and foundation in before the frost and feel that we are on the target timeline. The charter school information, you got a little bit of this from Connie and from Jen Zock. And just to have the public hear this, we received the following information about charter school funding moving forward from DPI. There is a 3-year total of funding, planning year plus 2 years of implementation. If you have between 100 and 300 students, the total amount is $675,000. If you have more than 300 students, it's $900,000. Sorry, I missed a zero there. A 3-year total, the planning grant plus 2 years of implementation, a school with more than 50% free and reduced lunch. So between 100 and 300 students, if you had more than 50% of free and reduced lunch students, you'd get $750,000, and more than 300, you'd get $975,000. There's additional grants available called dissemination grants in years 4 and 5, and that's $125,000 for each of those 2 years. And finally, a very important part of the grant application is the following. The Wisconsin DPI is in the 4th year of a 5-year, $69.6 million federal charter school grant. DPI uses these funds to award charter school grants. Under the existing grant, the last year of funds is this year, the 2013-14 school year. The U.S. Department of Education has informed DPI that no new funds are available for Wisconsin to compete for beginning in 2014-15. DPI is reviewing its options but has not made a final decision on how to proceed. One possible option is to request an extension of the existing grant through the 2014-15 school year to use any remaining funds from the original $69.6 million. It is important to note that as of January 2013, Congress has not yet reauthorized the ESEA, and charter school funds have been a part of this federal legislation. So it is important to note that further charter school funding has yet to be determined. Most everyone is aware of the Smonjeski Health Fund, and a reminder to parents and families in the city of Stevens Point only that the Smonjeski Fund has once again allocated funds for the disbursement of vitamins, toothbrushes, teeth sealants, and other dental needs. Parents simply need to contact the city clerk's office of John Moe in order to receive these benefits or to stop by any of our school's main offices for the information. Roosevelt Elementary School is gearing up for its second annual Veterans Day Luncheon. Students have been bringing back their invitations for guests that will be joining the students and staff on November 8th for Veterans Day, and given the number of responses to the invitation, a fairly large crowd is expected. Also, teachers, but primarily Darla Pinansky, have developed a program to assist students who need additional support from teachers after school. The Homework Club has been serving up to 20 students after school until 4:30 p.m. Get the extra help they need to complete their work, ask questions, and receive interventions. Thanks to Rob Greenwood, students and staff at Roosevelt, and to Darla. At Madison School, as part of its Veteran Day recognition, in addition to the regular program, Madison staff and students are raising funds for the Never Forgotten Honor Flight. If every staff member and student contributes $1, it would raise enough money to send one veteran on an honor flight. Another piece of good news for Madison is that its 6th grade teachers, Kristen Luton and Marlene McLaren, led a group of Madison 6th graders in raking last Saturday for Make a Difference Day, thanks to Carl Banker, Madison staff, and in particular Kristen and Marlene. At the Charles Fernandez Center, they've been working very hard at redesigning the programming into its new pathway system in order to increase graduation rates, decrease truancy, and increase student achievement. Thanks to Jerry Gargalak for his new leadership and to the staff at the Fernandez Center. The 4K program held its first district-offered family outreach opportunity for the year on October 17th at the Children's Museum. 43% of the 4K students attended, and given that the event took place outside the school day, that's a tremendous success. And thanks to Sherry Stanzik for her leadership. Ben Franklin, as part of a response to intervention, or RTI, over 80 students are receiving intensive reading and math interventions during study labs at Ben Franklin, thanks to Connie Niegard and to the Ben staff for their work with our students. Student Services. Wisconsin's rule for identifying students with specific learning disabilities, or SLD, has changed. No later than December the 1st of 2013, all initial SLD evaluations of public school students will use information from interventions to make eligibility decisions. Beginning on December 1st, 2013, initial SLD evaluations in the district will begin using information from a student's response to intensive, scientific, research-based, or evidence-based interventions when making special education eligibility decisions. If you have any questions or would like more information about SLD evaluations, please contact your building school psychologist or the Student Services Department here at Bliss. Members of the district's physical education department presented a workshop at the state convention on Friday related to the PEP grant development. Thanks to Dave Lockett, Jason Schrader, and the entire PE staff for their fidelity in implementing the PEP grant and for disseminating statewide the dramatic changes made to our curriculum and our instructional practices. And just a couple positive notes about which to celebrate in the district. The Spash Boys cross country team won their 26th consecutive Wisconsin Valley Conference Championship this fall. The Spash girls cross country team and the girls tennis teams also are 2013 WVC champs. Freshman Emily Lutschrager ended her season on the medal stand at the WIAA state tennis meet in 5th place. Congratulations to our conference champions, student athletes, and coaches. And finally, Mackenzie Swecki, a 6th grader at Washington Elementary School, was presented with the Stevens Point Plover Breakfast Optimist Club Mary J. Pottle Youth Recognition Award. This award is given to 6th grade students who are eligible in all public and private schools and who demonstrate outstanding optimism at home, school, and the community.
Moving on to agenda item 8, the consent agenda. We have 2 items there, the minutes from our October 14th, 2013 meeting and the Boston School Forest 2012-2013 annual report from Karen Dostal. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Thank you, Chris. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Ebel. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Fountain?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. Moving on to item 9, action items, general. The first is approval of future agenda items. We have RFP policy, which Lisa will speak to. Reed, you wish to speak to this?
As Board Member Totten brought up earlier, this word of future agenda items come into play. Okay, so, and by the way, I read the packet, and I'm looking at the agenda, and I couldn't find it, so I kind of signed up for this approval of future agenda items, believing that this would probably be where it would be. Okay, so I'm going to spend a couple minutes talking about that. But let's first start with this RFP policy. Lisa Totten, there's nothing in the packet that would let you know what she might be saying. So I'm assuming, I'm hoping she's RFP policy. I hope it's about this Highway Altman was given this bid for $35,000. There was no, and they said, oh, we got this two policies, we can just give it out. So hopefully, I hope you're talking about something like that, because that's I'm really concerned. There should be an investigation into that. But another things that I'm going to suggest, that Mr. Presley, a great speech you gave tonight. How would you like to have done that in 3 minutes, like we're required in the public who you're working for? It's not just you, but it's everyone else. These other reports that came up here. And in addition, I look into my packet for when this charter school, I come to the board meetings, I read the packets. I don't know much about this charter school stuff. This Jackson School, there's nothing in the packet about this charter school. So they got up here for, 10 minutes, and they're talking about this charter school. I'd like to know more about this charter school. I don't really understand what's really happening here. I'm surprised you guys didn't ask more questions. Maybe it fell on my floor, that 10C1. I couldn't find anything in my packet about that. And so I think that's something that this stuff should be in the packet, And in addition, I'll do 11 right away. I signed up for 11. But when you people do a presentation, you should add something. People who sign up should be responsible to add something in the packet so someone has a little idea what you're going to be talking about. Like last week, 2 weeks ago, when you brought up this deal about changing the hearings, there was nothing in there. So when the public doesn't know whether you should talk about it or not, okay? And I think, Mr. Presley, you brought up some really good points. I think we should add something about, why don't we get a city attorney? $100-some thousand for an attorney? I agree with you. Every time there's a question, he's calling her on the phone that one night. Can you imagine what that cost us? $300, $250 an hour? This is how this is. And you're right. Wasted money. We could be better spent on custodians that maybe knew how to do maintenance. But train them. That's what we need. That should be on the agenda. We wouldn't have all that $5 million worth of maintenance problem Mr. Keck talked about if we had people that could fix this stuff. Train these guys. And on the Jackson Charter School, that should be on there. And what else? Oh, yeah, the 5 minutes. Why don't we get 5 minutes? Instead of just 3. It says 1 to 3. Give the public 5.
Thank you. Lisa, approval of the RFP policy.
Yep.
Comment.
There's policy 672, which is our purchasing and procurement, and I apologize, it wasn't in the packets, but you should all have it at your seats. And there's also copies at the table if anybody in the audience wants a copy of it, so they can have that. And please include it in the minutes so that people, when they see it, can also see it. This actually ties to what Jeff said earlier, and we've asked for contracts in the past, we've asked for credentials, all that kind of stuff, and we haven't received it. Information is very much, there's no consistency. So when you look at this policy, it states in the last sentence in the second paragraph that the intent of the policy is to give all vendors, businesses, a fair and equal chance to supply goods and services to the school district. And at the last board meeting, the shed that was built for, I think it was $35,000 was brought up, and that 2 contractors were contacted, and that it was just given to one. Well, if you go further in the contract on page 2, now, mind you, when you read through this, it talks about different things as far as a bid, a quote, RFP. So I'm not sure if the administration just doesn't understand or what, but it says in the second paragraph, if there's a written bid or quote for materials or services, it may be sought when the quantity or cost of materials is great enough to warrant the time and expenditure involved, and at least 3 vendors should be involved whenever possible. Well, when you're contacting just 2, and you're not contacting all contractors so that we are doing a fair evaluation, again, I don't understand what the story is. Then there's exceptions to the rules. So whenever there's an exception, we're supposed to be informed of it by the superintendent of any exception. Bidding for any new school building. I would assume a new shed is a new school building. Construction shall conform to Wisconsin statute and shall be preceded by a pre-qualification procedure. The school board at a regular or special meeting shall accept bids. Contracts issued as a result of building and or quoting shall be approved by the school board. So when we have later on we will have contracts that are being presented to the board in regards to the studies for the administrative and the exempt employees. The first one went to our committees and didn't come to the board for board approval. I understand we don't have committees now, so I'm assuming that that's why they're coming here. But when you're talking that amount of money, and with the morale that this district has right now, and the lack of consistency, I just really think we need to review this policy and decide what we really want to have happen. Do we want to be informed or don't we? Do we want for us to follow our policies or don't we? But we need to be consistent, and so I would like it to be on the agenda.
All right, are you suggesting that we bring it up under first and second readings, or did you wish that we discuss this policy?
First and second readings is fine.
First and second readings is fine? And that works with everybody? I don't see any head shaking no. So we will bring 672 will come through under first and ultimately second reading.
Don't we do a roll
Take
call
action
vote?
on
Pardon me?
Say,
Take a roll call.
All right, why don't we take a roll call vote on that?
Should we have a second first?
what?
I'm sorry.
Did you make the motion?
Well, I made the motion that it be presented on the next board, or on a future agenda item. That's my motion. And then you as the president
Sure.
and
Would you be interested in amending your motion? We'll bring it through for first and second reading like we do other policies. Are you fine
That
with
is
that?
fine.
Okay, that's a motion.
Can you do
Is
that
there a
part?
second?
I'll second that.
All righty. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scheidle?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes?
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. All right. Thank you. Agenda item 9.2, possible board facilitator. And the first one is, any comments? There was something in our packet from Bob Butler with WASB. Any comments?
Nope.
Or
You
issues
have
that-
all the information I do. If you have any questions about it, you can let me know, and I'll just pass it on to Bob.
All right. Thank you. Then moving on to item B, UW Professor and Consultant Dale Feinauer on Board Services. Dale?
Thank you. And what I wanted to do is maybe talk just a little bit, and I'll probably drive the camera folks nuts because I don't sit still very well, is think a little bit with you really about, quickly my background, but mostly on sort of what I've observed watching some of the tapes and looking at some of the data on the school board, and thinking a little bit about conflict and decision-making, and thinking about some things that you might do to try and enhance the decision-making skills of the board moving forward. It's not so much really a proposal to do facilitation work as it is just sort of thinking about where you're at and how you might proceed. Does that seem reasonable? I'm viewing this as more discussion than I don't want to lecture. This is more conversation. Okay? In terms of my background, very quickly, I am a professor, worked at the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, been teaching there for 30 years. Relevant, was on the Omro School Board, was president of that school board for some period of time, a period where we had some not insignificant conflict. We replaced the superintendent, not of the superintendent's choosing. Not that that necessarily makes me an expert, but that background. And also, we closed several small elementary schools at that time in relatively rural areas of the school district, which, as you can imagine, that's a sort of a difficult thing to do. I've worked with the Oshkosh School District through some of their more difficult things. They were doing some redistricting, changing the reporting, the relationship in terms of which middle schools reported or funneled into which high schools, and some of those difficult areas. Worked with their school board on that, facilitated some of their meetings, and I think was able to make some progress with them in making those things happen. Teach in the area. Probably my biggest background in terms of thinking about conflict and decision making is I'm married and I have 6 kids. But we'll leave it at that. I have, as I said, looked at a couple of tapes of the board and your meetings and those recordings, and also the survey that you did, and have a couple of sort of observations before I jump into suggestions. One is that you folks have exceedingly difficult jobs to do. Any public managing anything is hard, and school districts are particularly hard in my mind to manage because A, it's being done in the public, B, everybody who has gone to school thinks they know something about managing a school, so is happy to offer you their opinion on managing a school, and that makes sort of everybody an alleged expert. And I think the environment that you're in is very difficult in terms of decision making. You've got the TV camera, offense to the TV camera, but that makes decision making more difficult when you're doing it that much in the public eye. The way you're seated, sort of a ways distance from each other, there's sort of this temptation to address the camera and the public. And I think there's a real important distinction between a public meeting, and a meeting that's held in the public. And it's very easy for a school board to become a public meeting as opposed to a meeting that's held in the public. And so I think that can lead to additional issues and concerns in the process. As I think about the decision-making, I want to think just a little bit here about the role of conflict in decision-making. This board clearly has a fairly significant level of conflict, I think is fair to say. But that's not inherently bad. Conflict is, in my mind, an absolutely essential, wonderful thing when it comes to good decision-making in organization. You referenced the number of dollars you spend on legal fees. Well, the legal process, which I think many of us would argue is one of the most important things we do sort of as a society, is decide, who goes to jail, who doesn't, and in terms of, as an economy, the contracts and the who owns what. You think that's your thing and I think this is mine and we're going to fight about it. How do we do that? That's all done through the legal system. And the legal system is fundamentally an adversary conflict-driven system. You and I are going to fight over who owns that water bottle. And if we can't work it out amiably, you'll get an attorney and I'll get an attorney and your attorney will argue on why it's your water thing and my attorney will argue on why, I think the contract isn't enforceable or whatever. And they'll fight about it. And out of that, the judge will say, okay, here's the answer. That conflict is really essential. That conflict drives much better decision-making. Our most important decisions as a society, war and peace, national security issues, are all made as a result of conflict. I guarantee you, President Bush, President Obama, when they were making decisions on Syria, they were making decisions on Iran, Iraq. I do not want to get into a debate whether those were good or bad decisions, but those decisions were all made as a result of conflict, in the sense that the National Security Advisor had a team of folks and said, you folks argue for we ought to do more sanctions with Syria, and you folks make an argument that we ought to bomb them a little bit, and you folks make an argument we ought to bomb the heck out of them. And each of those groups came in, did presentations, did debate in front of the President of the United States and the national security folks. The President listened to all of that, made a decision. We've been doing that since we made the decision to support the Bay of Pigs invasion, which was a unanimous decision made without debate and conflict and turned out to be a terrible decision. Since then, all of our national security decisions are made with conflict. So the fact that you have conflict isn't bad. The fact that you've got differing opinions, that you're more focused on, controlling expenses, or more focused on the education side, or more focused on this issue or that issue, that's not bad. That's wonderful. That's why we have a board with multiple folks on it. Good functional conflict where you're debating an issue and I'm disagreeing with you and we're having at it and you're thinking A and I'm thinking B and we're debating. That's wonderful stuff. The problem is when it becomes dysfunctional. Conflict can move from we're having a debate over the idea and we're focused on the idea to debate can move into the dysfunctional realm. It can move into the arena where it's not win-win. We're not trying to find common ground and trying to figure out how I can get something and you're going to get something and we're going to win and we're going to move forward and we're really focused on the needs of the district and moving the organization forward. But conflict can get to the point where it becomes dysfunctional, where the conflict has a life of its own, where the conflict and the sides and the debate drive the behavior in many ways more than the specifics. My observation from watching several of your meetings is you've got dysfunctional conflict. That this board is not functioning effectively because you have allowed the environment, the circumstances, I'm pointing no fingers, that somehow you are so focused on debate that you're not getting the advantages of debate. There's a great book out called Thank You for Arguing that talks about the advantages of having argument and debate in organizations, but makes a distinction between trying to win the argument and trying to get the outcome you want. You and I are disagreeing about something. We're going back and forth and we're fighting about it and I see a way I can win the argument. That's not the point. The point isn't whether I win the argument. If I can sort of intellectually win the argument and beat up on you, but in the process I totally aggravate you, we don't move the district forward, and what I've done is sort of make you look dumb in front of the camera, what good is that? That doesn't help the organization. That doesn't move us forward. What moves us forward is if we can, in these debates, we disagree. We have differing perspectives. There are things that are relatively more and less important. And I would argue that these things are much more a case of degree, even among this board, than they are absolutes, and you've let the degrees get the better of you. But can we shift the focus from trying to win the debate, win the argument, to how can we persuade each other about what are good answers so that we can move the organization forward? It's okay to debate. Conflict is okay. But we got to find a way to move it from what I would define as dysfunctional to moving it to functional. Thoughts on that? Does that all seem close, seem right? Comments? What do you think?
I think you have some good points. I'm not sure I understand the distinction. I mean, I understand the distinction, and I understand that it should be win-win. It just, and I don't know how we get to an environment where we can focus on things that are win-win. It just seems like the way things are brought up, and maybe it's the way information is presented, having a clear idea of what is being asked of the board.
Right.
And then what are you looking for an outcome? It seems like things get real muddled. At least that's what I seem to think. And then I think we get bogged down in all of the processes in terms of how we're going to get there, and we don't really ultimately focus on what is the issue, what are we trying to get to decide, and we're just going around like this getting nothing done.
We're sending 7 emails out. Is it first reading, is it second reading, and what are the procedures, etc. And we're getting to the point where I'm a little suspicious that the procedural thing you're doing isn't to make us make decisions a little more efficiently, but it's somehow to gain an advantage, because I'm not sure I'm likely to agree with you. That we've gotten kind of suspicious of the other folks' motives. There's not a whole lot of trust in some cases. And I'll talk about specifics, but let me give you a sort of contextual first in terms of the question of how we get there and what we do. There are 2 arenas where we have lots of conflict in our society, but it stays functional. And those 2 are, 1, the legal system that we've already talked about, and 2, sports. And I think sports is an interesting comparison. In the sports arena, do we have conflict? If I were to mention to you that I was a graduate of the Ohio State University, might that result in some conflict with some folks? Right?
Could happen.
Wisconsin grad, yada yada, we have debate. And my team and your team play a game, and is there a lot of emotion in sports? When the Packers played last night, and the opening kickoff, and they were down, I mean, were we kind of a little aggravated there?
Yes,
right?
I did.
And we wanted our team to win, because that's right. And how much did those players want to win? How huge was their motivation to win? And this is a win and a lose. There's no win-win. Green Bay and Minnesota aren't going to get together and say, all right, well, we'll let you score some points, we'll score some points, we'll both look good, we'll all go home, call it a tie, life is good. I mean, this is clear win-lose stuff. But what happened when the game was over? What was on, when the game was over, what was one of the pictures that they showed there for a while? What 2 folks were talking to each other? Rodgers and Jennings. On opposite sides of the coin, they had been teammates, but they're out there talking to each other a little bit. Looks like Jennings is doing most of the talking.
Apologies.
Right? What do the coaches do after the game? They always go out to shake hands. We got our kids playing sport. What happens on the high school football team after a game? Do they shake hands with the folks on the other sideline? Somehow they have this really tough competition, but it doesn't get dysfunctional.
But you know what your roles are, and you know what the rules are, and you have...
Go on.
You have referees to make sure everybody
follows the rules.
And it's not up to you as a team to determine whether the other team or whatever is being honest. You know, they're doing it, and that I think is
and you have
huge.
You have goals.
Yes.
You have a clear set of rules.
Yes.
You have someone who enforces the rules. You have a clear set of goals.
Sportsmanship.
You've got 3 out of 4. Well, you've taught sportsmanship, and there's one more really big thing that's different with these sports. You have a debate or you have a conflict that has a clear starting, then it has rules, it has somebody to enforce those rules, clear set of goals, and a clear ending. It is over. The game is done. Minnesota lost. And that's the end of it. You don't get to appeal. You don't get to bring it back at the next meeting. You don't get to drag the thing out. It's done. That decision's been made. We move forward. Conflict moves from functional to dysfunctional. Sports, and the exact same stuff we just talked about, all true in the legal system as well. I mean, they get to do appeals and stuff, but there are rules and there are judges. The whole sports is a little more fun to think about. But in terms of what we need to do, what you need to do to move this thing forward, big picture, is to be more like sports. It is to be more where you have a set of rules, you have an understanding, a code of conduct among yourselves, you have beginnings and you have endings to debate, you move forward, etc. Big picture, kind of conceptual, make sense? Yeah?
It makes sense, but if the foundation isn't solid, how do you do that?
Okay. Great question. And I got a number of suggestions, but let me take that one. You're in a scenario where you have moved at least from win-win negotiation, where I'm trying to figure out how you can get what you want, and you can get what you want, and I can get what I want, and you can get what you want. You're clearly not in win-win. And you may have even moved past win-lose. Win-lose is where I know what I want, and watching you lose would be kind of fun, and I wouldn't, it's almost as much fun to watch you lose as it is for me to get what I want. And I think, and I'm not going to ask you, but in all honesty, at some level, seeing other members of the board that you've disagreed with on issues lose on something would have some satisfaction to it. I think to some extent we've moved to win-lose. And I would question whether we've maybe even moved to lose-lose. I don't mind losing as long as you lose more. I'll take a pound of flesh. I'll take a hit if somebody else will take more of a hit. Now, I don't know that you've gone that far, but I'm convinced it's not win-win. You're not sitting here trying to figure out how can I incorporate what you want, and what I want, and get into a good decision. It strikes me that you're past that, and the trust level isn't there. And I think we got to start with a question of trust. One of the things I would encourage is each member of the board to ask the question, what could other board members do that would result in your taking a deep breath and trusting them more? And I don't know what the open meeting laws are and yada yada. I don't see this as something you necessarily do at an open meeting and then you look for and etc. But just, you're allowed to have one-on-one communications. What the problem is, you're wearing glasses now that you have perceptions of how the other people are going to behave. So even if everybody started behaving differently at the next meeting, you're still using the old perceptions in terms of how they're likely to behave, resulting in your interpreting their behavior, no matter what it is, from the old perspective. So everybody agrees we're going to play nice, and I walk up to you, see in the hallway, and trying to do this, I reach out and shake hands. But you know you and I have not been on the same page, so you think I'm ready to take a poke at you. So as I'm reaching out my hand to shake your hand to show I'm a nice guy and I'm trying to change the mood, you do the only reasonable thing, which is kick me quickly before I get a chance to hit you. We've got to break that down. We've got to change the perception among you folks that is in some ways negative about others of you folks. We've got to have some baby steps. We'll hear this in country negotiations, where they talk about some activities, sometimes they'll refer to as baby step, usually they refer to as confidence-building issues. So it's not a great analogy, but the Palestinians and the Israelis, and the Palestinians agree, well, we won't throw any rockets into your cities for the next 6 weeks, and we'll agree, the Israelis agree to release some of their prisoners. And both sides say, well, look, if you'd really do that, then maybe we could take a deep breath and think maybe we can move this thing forward. But I think you ought to think about confidence-building activities. What could y'all do that would convince everyone else on the board? What would you look for others to do that would convince you, yeah, I think everybody around this board really is going to take a deep breath and try really hard to find a way to move this thing forward. And to give some to move the district forward and to set a better example in terms of decision-making and organizations.
So what happens if some of the board members don't believe the board itself is the problem? If it's outside of the board?
They're wrong. I mean, it is the board. I mean, I don't know who else it might be. I don't know. I'm casting no credit nor aspersions on the superintendent or the staff or the media or anybody else. But the board is responsible for the board's behavior. And as a guy who deals with decision-making in organizations, and having watched several of your meetings, the board's got a problem.
No, what I meant was the trust issue. If the trust issue isn't actually between the board members.
Well, who's the trust issue then between? Help me.
The superintendent.
Well then, I think he gets to play in that game then too, if you want. That you could, I think it's quite reasonable for board members to say, look, I'm not sure I trust the superintendent, but then you got to let the superintendent play the same game with you, and the superintendent gets to say, I'm not sure I really trust you folks in some areas, and you do some, I would start with some confidence-building things. What are some things that you can do that will convince the superintendent or another board member or whoever that, yeah, you're really going to take a deep breath and try and move this thing forward? And I would encourage you all to ask, what could others do that would convince you? So what am I willing to do to help others be convinced I'm moving this thing forward? And what would I like to see out of others? And not huge things. I mean, you can't, if I'm a member of the board and I think the superintendent is, a jerk and is terrible and etc., well, do the right thing, and I'm convinced that you're trying to move us forward if you'll resign. Well, we're talking little steps here. We're talking things that build confidence. Does that make sense? So I think you could think about that. Another thing you could think about is, what do y'all agree on? Why did y'all run for the school board? Why did y'all do this? What rock dropped on your head, dropped on mine? I ran for a school board too and agreed to be the school board president. What led me to believe that was a rational use of my time? Why are you doing this thing? And I don't believe any of you are here because, the money. I mean, I don't even know if they pay you, but I can remember that one where somebody, well, Dale, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, you'll never get reelected to the board and you won't make this money again. It's like, wait a minute. You think I'm here for that? Talk about a poor resource allocation decision. But why are you here? And I think if you all had a conversation with each other about why you're here, if you simply went around the room and said, why are you on the school board? Why did you agree to do this thing? Why did you become a superintendent? Why did you become a school board secretary? I mean, why are you doing this? And I'll bet you're going to find there's a lot of commonality. Now, yeah, you're going to have debates over various issues, etc. But I'll bet everybody on this board, everybody in this room here and back there is concerned about educating folks in the Stevens Point area. I bet every one of you would like to see the folks graduating from the Stevens Point schools graduate with more skills and abilities and have a better life, be that their post-secondary in terms of their formal educational experience or their life skills or whatever. You all want that. And you all want the district to be efficient with their resources. You all want the district to do the best possible job of using the limited resources that you have. I mean, is there any one of you that disagrees with either one of those two principles? I think there's a lot you would find that you folks agree on. But you don't talk about that because you get so wrapped up in this other stuff. So I would spend some time talking about what are the core things you agree on. And at some level, you're talking about what's the mission of the school district. But really, what's the mission of the school board? What are you trying to accomplish? Can you make 3 statements that you can say all the members of the board are united in our belief that boom, 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 boom are important? Wouldn't that be cool? Unanimous vote that all the members of the school board agree with these 3 principles. That these 3 are overarching principles that ought to drive the school district. And you could, schlep that out to the principals and everybody else hears stuff that we're all agreeing on. Make sense? Question? I think you ought to think about your rules. We kind of hit this a little bit earlier. But what do you want for code of conduct? What do you want for how you manage these debates? When you have disagreement, how do you want to do it? And mostly, how do you want to make decisions? I mean, you had a 2-hour meeting now, and I don't think you've made a decision yet, other than approving an agenda. And that, I think about how much time you spend doing something other than decision making. But then how do you make these decisions? How do you go through the process of giving everybody their say, getting input, respectful listening to each other, making sure people are heard, and then how are we going to make that decision? Now we're going to decide to do X, here's how we're going to do it, we're going to try and reach consensus. If we can't reach consensus, we're going to vote. I would point out I think voting is a terrible way to make decisions. I understand you often have to vote because you can't get to consensus, but I would work really hard on consensus first. Majority vote is a terrible way to make decisions because you have winners and you have losers. And if we're going to make decisions by majority vote, back when I was on the school board, it was a 7-member board. If we were going to focus on voting, what I need to do was be able to count to 3. If I can get 3 other school boards to vote with me, I'll win. So if I'm a 9-member board, if I can get the 4 of you to be on the same page I'm on, I'll try and build consensus among the 5 of us, and we totally ignore these people because the 5 of us control. Now, the 5 of us get what we want on this issue. These 4 folks feel totally ignored. Isn't that going to make them feel part of the process? They're going to be aggravated and frustrated and etc. We've got to, as much as possible, move away from a vote, I can do this, I can get this amendment passed, I can do whatever, to trying to drive to consensus. And you often won't. I understand that. There's times you're going to have to vote because you've got to make a decision to move on. But if at all possible, all right, well, I recognize this isn't ideally what you would do, but it appears the majority is moving in this direction. Is there anything we could do that would get you to be able to be supportive of this? How can we modify? How can we make this thing work? And try and focus on consensus, not on, again, winning the debate, but on getting everybody on the board. Say, yeah, I can support that. Another thing I think you really got to think about is what are the kind of decisions you make. I would make the argument, having watched some of your meetings, that you make decisions that you don't need to make as a board. I would hugely make the point that you ought to be focused much more on strategic issues. What I would encourage you to do is to drop back out of the stuff that you're dealing with now and really focus on, I'm going back to those 3-4 big picture. Here's the big picture stuff we want to do as a district. Now, what are the strategies we ought to employ to do that? And can we come up with 2-3 strategies? Here are 4 goals we got. Within each goal, a couple of strategies. How are we going to make that happen? And then start working collaboratively with the superintendent, with the principals, with the teachers, with the parents, with the taxpayers, with everybody that you can. Students. Let's not leave out the students. Get them all excited and involved. How are we going to implement some of these things? And if you move from details, do we or do we not support this thing that rewards crossing guards by going to this program, to conceptually, what are we trying to accomplish? What's the big picture objective? You're much more likely to agree get other folks involved in stuff, and get out of the operational details. It's not my decision. I don't care. I was on the Almar School Board, as I said. I was president of the board. I have a PhD. I've been in the educational arena all my life. But you know what? I don't know the details of operating a school district. It's not my thing. It's not what I do. We had a superintendent we hired to do that. And the first thing I did on the school board, I got elected to the school board. They immediately made me president of the school board, not because they were overly impressed with my keen leadership skills, but they wanted somebody to fire the superintendent. And they figured I could do it, which I could. So the first thing I did was fire the superintendent. That wasn't a whole lot of fun. But then we started thinking about, okay, how are we going to move this district forward? And we got out of the operational details because we had a superintendent. The board trusted the superintendent. That worked. You got a superintendent. I'm guessing he's got a lot of education and background and experience, and not just some guy you found off the street. Give him some direction. Give him some coaching. Give him some mentoring and advice, if you will, and then turn him loose to do what superintendents do. And stay the heck out of operational details. Focus on the strategic side of the house.
You won't. This board won't. This board will not stay out of the operational. It's what separates us. The biggest thing you talked about was sports. On any team, players know what their role is on the team. They don't each get to make up their own rules, their own policy, and say, well, I believe this is what this means, and I'm going to go out and do that. If 9 members do everything they want on their own, they're not playing as a team.
And it doesn't work.
And it doesn't work. And it's not working. And it's not because people are bad or evil or anything else. I think there have been times that we have been really collaborative, understanding each other, but we don't have a team here. And the roles and responsibilities, every single year I've asked to have that put on an agenda, and they're blinded by whatever.
Agreeing what the rule of the school board is and what the rule of the school board isn't. Because you're right, in sports, there's a clear delineation of roles. And if I'm the head coach of the football team, I get to decide, basically what we're going to do for this game, the offensive coordinator or whatever, and they're putting in the plays, and etc. And they don't get in the huddle, and everybody in the huddle says, well, what do you think, run or pass? Let's have a debate. And you 4 decide to go do a pass play, and you 3 decide to go do a run play. That ain't going to work. Absolutely not. Quarterbacks decide this is the call and go. And under some rules, they get to call an audible, or they don't, and yada yada, and there's delegation, and etc. But yeah, I think you've got to, but that requires that there is some closing of the loop, and there's some confidence that the people that are implementing the details are individuals that you have faith in, and you have faith that they know what they're doing.
I'm just going to say that the blessing of the whole thing is that our roles have already been defined by state statute. I mean, it tells you what your roles are. So that step has already been established for us.
Yes, even though it's, unfortunately, it is open to in some interpretation, and part of the problem can be that even if the state statute says you're supposed to, focus on these big picture items and it's a governance model and you're not supposed to be in the operational details, what's governance and what's operational detail, you could spend an hour debating in a meeting. If the board continues to focus on the operational details of the management of the district, you will have, I guarantee you 2 things will be true. 1, you will continue to have dysfunctional disagreement within the board, and 2, you'll never like your superintendent. I mean, you can't do it. Real quick story. Several chancellors ago at Oshkosh, there was a guy who became the chancellor, and he had been a former dean of students. And he was really doing the dean of students' job. And one Friday evening, the dean of students invited the chancellor down to his office. Now, dean of students are sort of here in the food chain. Chancellor is here. Dean of students don't typically invite the chancellor to their office. They go to the chancellor's office. But the dean of students invited the chancellor to his office. And I'm not going to share names, but basically the dean of students poured the chancellor a drink, poured himself a drink. Each had a real quick drink of scotch. And the dean of students looked at the chancellor and said, "You could be the dean of students, or I could be the dean of students. but it makes no sense for us both to be the dean of students. What do you think? Chancellor said, point taken. What say you be the dean of students? I'll be the chancellor. You got to decide, are you folks going to try and be the superintendent, or is he going to be the superintendent? And you can't both be the superintendent. It won't work. Because if you try and do his job on a regular basis, you will constantly be in conflict, because you'll never do it exactly like he's going to do it. No one would do it exactly like he's going to do it. And you got to move out of that level of detail.
Jeff?
The one thing I've heard you say just a few minutes ago, though, is that dialogue between the board and their superintendent. That doesn't happen.
Why not?
Good question.
And you got to get an answer to that question.
Well, in 6 months, I can give you that answer because of our protocols.
Well,
now you see the catch-22 here.
Well, but I think the protocols are part of the problem, but I don't believe that the protocols are the fundamental problem.
Well, I would agree with that.
The fundamental problem is more somehow in the dynamics and the interactions. And you can find a way to make the day-gone protocols work if everybody's trying real hard to achieve the same objective. But if you're not trying to achieve the same objective, the protocols are often a rationale for things not working. And I'm not casting any aspersions in terms of who and etc. But fundamentally, my perception is there isn't a real high level of trust within the board and between all the board and the superintendent. And you've got to get yourselves into closed session and have a discussion and figure out what's going on and figure out what you can do to help the superintendent to grow and develop to be the superintendent that you want. He is the superintendent. I mean, I'm not good with beating around the bush. I assume there's not a majority of votes on the board to can the superintendent, or else you'd do that. So he's the superintendent. So let's move on and ask the question, how can you help the superintendent to grow and develop to be the superintendent that you want him to be? And what can you do to stimulate the conversation and to get good discussion and debate going back and forth and open lines of communication? And unless you do that,
exactly,
this won't work. You have to rebuild the trust within the group. One suggestion on how to do that is much more of a workshop format. And what I would be inclined to do is I'd put y'all in a room, and I'd put you in a smaller room, and I'd put you in a room and a table where you're right next to each other. I'd eliminate this space in the middle. This is terrible space. I'd put you all in the middle of a room. We'd find a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, and you'd spend half of a day working on big picture strategic planning stuff. And you'd make decisions, and you'd move forward, and you'd find that you can work together, and if you're all sitting together at a table, I guarantee you'll make some good things happen.
Oh, yeah, and I would agree. In like the mission and the goals, we don't really get to spend any time on that because they're, yeah.
Because you're busy over here with these details.
No, because they've already been formulated and the board gets kind of taken out of that and we get told that isn't our area. I really think a lot of things get worked around the board and being able to talk about the things. I mean, that's why I got in the board is to talk about education and how we can meet our mission, formulate goals, get input from the community, and have some strategic planning and things. But even things that get brought to the board should not be brought to the board. I mean, some of these decisions that we're asked to make, it's... Yeah.
Yes. In an environment where there's a lack of trust.
Yep, I know. Then you go to lowest common denominator. Yeah.
What?
You go to lowest common denominator.
You go to the lowest common denominator. If I'm the superintendent, I'm bringing a whole bunch of stuff to the board. Because I sure as heck don't want to make a decision,
Yep.
and then I made a decision, and then I get hung for having made the decision. It's not the decision the board wanted. So I'm guessing you're...
That doesn't exactly happen, though. It's a mix. Yeah.
Not much.
But you've got to move to that arena where you really are looking at the big picture. You're drawing a line saying, this isn't board stuff, this is staff stuff, we're delegating to them, on you go, and you focus on the big picture. And I think it would be a great way to change the image of the school board within the community. And I really don't know, and that I don't live in the Stevens Point area. I haven't talked to a bunch of folks in the district. I don't know what your image is within the district. But I'm guessing most folks are not going who know anything about it. Now, those are folks who have decision-making down. I'm guessing that is not your image in the community. I'm guessing that's not your image within the district, among the principals, the teachers, whoever's paying attention to this stuff. And I think a really cool way to turn your image around in the community and turn this around to a much more interesting, fascinating, enjoyable thing to do would be to focus on those big picture strategic items, focus on those issues, and then start getting other folks involved. You know, get the superintendent involved, get the principals involved, get the teachers involved, get those folks involved in thinking about those big picture objectives. And if you've already got them because you did strategic planning 2 years ago, okay, fine. But this is a great thing to do to pull you all together. Do it again. It won't hurt anything. Thoughts, comments, concerns?
Dale, you mentioned that your suggestion would be a half-day workshop in a different format. Based on what you've seen and what you've heard tonight, as well as the videos that you've watched, you know, is it something that we can reasonably expect to make a significant difference by investing that half a day?
This is the enlightened self-visitors response. Yes, if you've got a good facilitator.
Touche.
I mean, I fear that if you just put y'all in a room, that you tend to resort to form. But if you had somebody, it doesn't have to be me. I'm certainly not saying that. Facilitating, that would be important to move the thing forward. Yes.
Dale, as in every organization, there's an evolution to it. Where we are today is not where we were 3+ years ago.
Okay.
There's an evolution. There is an evolution that occurred as to why the protocol exists. There's an evolution to why certain things are why agenda items are voted on by the board.
Right.
How important is it to make that workshop successful that everybody understand and agree to what that evolution was?
I think it's important that we learn from our history, that we think about how we got to where we are today, and what we can learn from that to help us figure out how to go forward. However, I don't think we want to be trapped by our history. The university where I'm at now, we're about ready to launch, I think next year we're going to launch a management major. And this started about 3 years ago. Things in academia tend to move slowly. And several of the new faculty members in my department suggested we have a management major, and they had all these great reasons why. And I was the one old guy in the department who remembered back when we had a management major before. And I remember why we killed the old management major. Well, that was, I think, useful information to share with the folks that wanted to start a management major. Hey, we had one of these 15 years ago, and it went away. And I'm the only guy in the room who remembers it going away and why. Well, let's think about that. But I tried carefully not to present that as, hey, we had a management major before, and it didn't work, so it went away, so shut up and don't have a management major. It was more of a, here are the things we learned about why that management major didn't work in that time frame. I'm not saying we want a management major. I'm not saying we don't. I'm just saying that was the history. Let's see how that can inform where we are today. So I'm a historian by interest. Almost everything I read is history. But I don't want to be trapped by it. So I think it's important to be informed and to educate, but it's also important to not let it become rationale for continuing? Questions?
That wasn't for you.
As I tell my students in class, I don't care if you yawn, it's just an indication your brain needs more oxygen. Falling asleep is another question. But yawning in class is just fine. Other questions?
Dale, I have one. What is the charge for a half a day? I hate to boil it down to that, but we need to be good stewards of the dollars as well.
I don't care. If you write me a check, I'll cash it. If you don't, I'll come anyway. You can't pay me enough to want to do this based on the money.
Challenge.
But the challenge makes it interesting. I really don't. Life has been very good to me. I work at the university. I do consulting. That this isn't about the money. So if the board thinks it's a useful thing to do, I'll facilitate a half-day meeting. And if I would charge anything, it would be that in the long run, I want some of your students. And here's what I mean. I'm convinced that your high school and your middle school and your elementary folks, just from talking quickly with a couple of principals, have some pretty good programs in place to motivate the students in terms of student conduct and how to work collaboratively together and et cetera. And in the long run, what we did in the Oshkosh School District to enhance the facilitation of the school board, I facilitated some, but it wasn't long, and we passed off to the high school kids. I found it absolutely fascinating to listen to a high school student look at one of the school board members and say, I think you violated your code of conduct, and have one of the students help facilitate the process. And I think they can actually do it. So in the long run, I'll facilitate one just for a half day, but if we go beyond that, one thing I'd like to look at is what are the resources you've got within the district, and I would consider the students that could help you figure out how to do this on an ongoing basis. And I'm not saying that because the students are in any way better, and I'm not saying you're in any way acting childish. I don't want to be misinterpreted here. But in order to facilitate, one of the things you need to be is able to step back from. And many of the students are so involved in what students do that they really aren't thinking about the kind of issues you are, and they could step back from and help facilitate. So in the long run, I'd want to at least consider that as a possibility and see if we could train some of them to do it. It'd be great on their resume when they left. Questions? Any thoughts on that? Concerns? Good?
I don't think we should let them do it for nothing.
Why not?
And I don't know about everybody else's time commitment. I don't know if you're thinking a weekend or an evening or...
Whatever works for you.
I know a lot of people have I know I do.
Something during deer hunting season.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. When no one's got anything else to do.
There you go.
I don't know. Yeah, if you folks find a time of the day, if it's an evening, if it's weekends, if y'all can take time off during work, within my teaching schedule and other commitments I've already got, I'll work around that. And if y'all write me a check, I'll cash it. The good question is, do the 9 of you really want to do this thing?
Well, I'd be in.
Yeah, I think it's important. How about December 9th? Was that we haven't talked about that meeting yet, but...
We have to check with the schedule probably.
I think we need our board meetings, so I think that's jumping the gun.
There's one thing that wasn't brought up that I actually think is a very important thing. While, the legal system, you brought up that, and you brought up sports. The difference with us is we're elected by the community, and they're the ones we report to. Ultimately, election time is, it's just like the government,
Right.
So I think that puts a very different twist on things.
It does, and it's why I didn't say something I typically would have on consensus decision-making, which is consensus can be, I don't necessarily support that decision, but I'm agreeing that I will now speak in favor of that decision because that's what the majority of the group has decided. And if this were a business environment, I would encourage that as part of the analysis. that if we were a business group working on making some decisions, and even if you disagree with what we did, if you're one of the 5 VPs we've got here, and the VPs and the CEO as a group have decided to do A, we leave this meeting, even if you think A is a mistake, you're talking about why you think A is a good idea. You may articulate, wasn't my first choice, but I'm with the program, I think it's a good idea, and we ought to work to implement it. And in my mind, if you can't do that, it's time for you to find another job. But given that you are elected officials, I don't think that's a rule that you can have within this group. The fact that you're elected officials does raise a second question, though, which I think is a much more fascinating one, and ultimately you all have to answer for yourself. Are you here to do what you perceive to be that which the folks who elected you want you to do on each particular issue? What do the majority of the folks in the district want? Or are you here to do what you think is best? And then if you decide you want to run for the board again, to stand for election, and if the folks like what you did, fine, they vote for you. If not, they vote you out. And it's a huge distinction. And I'll tell you, my decision when I was on the school board is I was not there to do what the majority of the folks in the district wanted. They elected me. The board elected me as president of the board for a period of time when I was on the board, and I did what I thought was in the best interest of the district. I considered what most folks wanted. But just because you could have shown me that 80% of the folks in the district wanted to do A, if I thought B made more sense, I was down with B. And I would explain my rationale. I never viewed my job as doing what the majority want, because if that's how we're going to make decisions, let's just run a bunch of polls and make the decisions. We don't live in a democracy. We live in a representative form of government. You are a representative of the people, but you're not there in my mind. But I think that's a great debate, which you all can have. I think it's a good discussion for the school board members to have. What do you view your role as? And that's an important philosophical distinction. Which, after the strategic planning thing for 4 hours, I'll buy you a bottle of wine and we'll go talk about it. It is an important distinction. You're raising a great question.
Other questions or comments for Dale?
I'm pretty hesitant to make any comments. I would say one thing that you haven't quite addressed, you've addressed around it, but haven't quite addressed it, and in my view, it's what we see often, is that people come here with absolutes. I am absolutely right about this. No matter what, I'm not changing my mind. That's all there is to it. I don't care what you think. I don't care what the community thinks, or however it is. It just doesn't matter. This is just how it is. And so it was kind of like what you were just saying about the business model. So we can do the 5-4 vote, but then have people walk away and, and then the other half walk away and like, ha! And there are very few decisions, I would say, that we make where we all walk out of here feeling like, I think we just did something for the kids of this district, where we all feel that way. I mean, I think we genuinely walk away feeling like, oh my gosh, this is the worst decision ever made, and all of our kids are going to suffer because of it, or I got what I wanted.
You're on the winning side or the losing side.
Mm-hmm.
When people respond to disagreement and to debate, there are two sort of decisions you have to make in terms of how you respond. And you've defined sort of one example of this 2-by-2 sort of continuum. One question is, how assertive am I going to be about my opinion? So you and I are disagreeing about something. I can be highly assertive. I want to make sure you know exactly how I feel about this. Or I can be very unassertive. There can be a debate where I'm not sharing my opinion. I'm keeping quiet. Second question is, how quick am I to find common ground? Am I trying to find common ground? Am I trying to collaborate and find a way to make this acceptable to both? Or am I taking an approach that says, this is what I want, and unless I get it, I'm going to go away mad? And you could be high on both, high on one, low on the other, etc. So one possibility, the one you've described, is sort of being highly assertive and highly uncooperative. This is what I want, and unless I'm going to get it, I'm going away mad. I think that's a rational thing to do some of the time. Does that make sense? And why would that be a rational thing to do? Why would you rationally say, on this issue, I'm going to be what we consider highly competitive? This is the answer I want. If I don't get it, I'm going to go away mad.
Well, it's important to you, and it's probably one of your values. It's one of your key things of why you're on the board or whatever.
Right.
It's kind of one of those non-negotiable things, perhaps, depending upon what the issue is.
Yeah, a highly important core value issue.
Yep.
I'm not looking for common ground. I'm not looking to compromise. I think it's important you treat folks with dignity and respect, and this violates that rule, and yeah. However, you only get to do that rarely. You only get to be highly competitive every once in a while. You don't get to be highly competitive all the time. What you really want is to be highly assertive and highly collaborative. And this requires really a spin in terms of the way your head's viewing this thing. I need to show up for the meeting and articulate my position. When I was on the school board, there were some things that I wanted to share because I thought I had unique perspective. I was the only member of the school board who had taught for a living. So I thought I knew certain things about what the teachers were facing. Now I taught at the university level as opposed to K-12, but I knew something about being in the classroom because I was in the classroom. There were other perspectives that I had. As a guy who'd been a university prof, I think I knew something about how we ought to be preparing kids to go into the university system because I understood something about the university system. So there were issues that I had a perspective that I thought was worth everybody listening to. And I needed to be assertive about those. I needed to make sure everybody understood my perspective because otherwise what's the point of my being here on the school board if I'm not sharing my perspective? But then I need to shift gears. I need to articulate and say, I really think A is the right answer and here's why. And I need to listen to you and listen to you and listen to you and listen to you. And then after I've listened to everybody else go, you know, I'm not thinking A anymore. I've now shifted. I've gone from A to A prime because you raised a point I hadn't considered, you raised something I hadn't considered, and I really disagree with the thing you said, but I can see it's important to you, so how can we... And I got to shift my thinking from being assertive to being collaborative. And to your question, I think you need to move to where most of the time you're not being highly assertive and highly uncooperative, but highly assertive and then highly cooperative. Because most of these are not those core ethical values. This is not a question of, well, you know, do we start waterboarding the students? Right? It's not, it's important, but it's not an ethical issue. And so we need to move away from assertive and uncooperative to assertive. That's great. Make sure everybody knows they've been heard. Let people open those lines of communication. Everybody hears they've been heard. Everybody knows that. Now, how can we find common ground? And occasionally, as long as it's occasionally, somebody's highly competitive on something, you take a deep breath and say, all right, I'm going to give you, I don't understand why this is that important to you, but if this is that important to you, I'm likely to give you this one. Because you've been really cooperative on 6 or 7 others, and so you got one coming. You can be highly assertive once a year, not once a meeting, or once a topic. That makes sense. Thoughts? I realize I'm rambling on. I apologize.
No, I think your points are well taken. I just think that some of the ways that things are set up, I mean, I think it's because we're not focused necessarily on where we need to be, so the way that things are presented, everything's already kind of scripted. It's either yay or nay, so it's kind of set up. And then if people have questions, I think if we could do more of the big picture kinds of things, it would be helpful.
I think you made several points that are important. It is a lot of how it's scripted, how it's structured, that this isn't a case of they're good and bad people,
No.
and unfortunately you got stuck with bad people on your board, so therefore you're going to have this issue. And let's then think about how it's scripted and how that structure is. And I understand this. I mean, it probably just indicates I'm a huge geek, but when I was in high school, I was president of the student council, and I used to go to all the school board meetings as a student representative, and I actually stayed for them. I kind of had to because the president of the school board lived next door. He drove me to the meetings. And he would explain to me, okay, we're going to have a discussion, there's going to be this debate, and it's going to be a 4-3 vote, and here's how the people are going to vote. I was like, oh, that's fascinating. That was my first introduction to politics and et cetera. But it was, yeah, and it was scripted, and they did, and it wasn't always ideal.
Other questions or comments for Dale? Thank you, sir.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with your meetings.
Thank you.
All right. We do have on for information as an action item, a possible board facilitator. And again, we have information in the packets from Mr. Butler with WASB, and we've heard from Dr. Feinauer. Does this board, or well, let me rephrase that. I think Dale asked a very good question, and that is, does this board want to do a workshop and begin to move forward? So is there a recommendation from the floor to have either WASB come in and facilitate a workshop, or to have Dr. Feinauer do that?
I'd be willing to make a recommendation that we have Dr. Feinauer come in for a workshop at a time when everyone's available. I'd be willing to do that, to dedicate some time to work on the process.
Thank you, Renee. Is there a second?
I would second that. And I've heard Mr. Butler, and I think he does a good job with WASB, but I think Dale would do a much better job, because I think Bob, he's a lot more.
I'm still here.
Not you,
No,
Bob.
the other Bob.
The other Bob.
Bob, you're great. I just think, from what I've heard this evening, that he would fit some of the needs that I think this board could use, and I think people would be willing to work with him.
Other comments? Thoughts?
I'm in.
Barb, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes, but finding the time is going to be difficult.
Ms. Totten?
I don't actually, like I said earlier, my issues are with trust, and so I really don't see, I'm abstaining.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes?
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shibley?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. All right. I will work with the board and with Dr. Feinauer to find a time and a place that works for everybody, and we'll move forward. Made too many notes here. Item 9C, our December board meeting.
Terry, can I just I apologize for the interruption. Just when you're looking for the time, you cannot make it during the day, Monday through Friday, because I have no other time off from work. So, there's a lot of us, but...
I don't either.
So,
We just lost someone.
and I don't think we can give up on a meeting either to do it. So, just food for thought.
Got it. All right, and item 3 is a December board meeting recommendation. You have an email from me, and the rationale that the way the schedule has been set up now, we're going to meet on Monday the 9th and Monday the 16th, and to help everybody understand the procedural part of that, Angel and I will sit down the afternoon of the 9th and be setting the agenda for December 16th, prior to actually having the board meeting on the 9th. So the recommendation was made for the benefit of all, the recommendation is to eliminate one of the December meetings. So is there a
I'm not making a motion, so I'll wait for my discussion. I'll wait for my comments.
Is there a recommendation to cancel either the December 9th or the December 16th meeting?
So moved.
Well, no, you got to pick one.
Eliminate the 9th.
Okay.
Can I
Cancel the
just
9th.
ask a
Sure.
question? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead and make your motion if you want. But why aren't we meeting on the 2nd? That's the first
Because we meet on the second.
Second and the 4th. Then we're
But could we meet on the 1st and the 3rd? The 2nd and the 16th?
2nd and the 16th.
Have to look at the calendar. We could.
Yeah, why weren't we meeting on the 2nd?
Well, we're meeting on the 11th and the 25th of November.
Oh, and then the 2nd would be the next.
The second would be the next Monday. It's like a week after week.
We even have to have a second before we can discuss it.
And the 23rd is the Christmas week.
Yeah, who knows protocol anymore?
I was under the impression, and maybe incorrectly, that when you two sat down to set the agenda, you essentially did 2 weeks at a time. Could we take that second one and maybe take one of maybe even the staff morale plan, which, we've been, talking about, leave that as the 9th agenda item. And then,
Anything is possible. Just to clarify, what we're doing is when we sit down and look at the agenda for the first meeting of the month, we're also trying to rough in the agenda for the second meeting of the month. But again, things are quite fluid and things are being added, things are moving around, so. But
I think I have a motion on the floor. The move is to cancel the December 9th board meeting.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's get a second to that, and then let's have discussion and decide. Is there a second to?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion. If we move to meeting on the first Monday in December and the third Monday in December, I think we still have the same issue. We're meeting on the fourth Monday in November and then the first in December, so we're doing the same thing.
And I would like to see us use that evening for our board workshop. I think we'd probably get a lot more done
On the 16th?
on the 9th.
the 9th.
On the 9th. If Mr. Feinauer is available on the 9th. And then nobody would have to make any special arrangements. You've already got it on your calendar.
Lisa?
Just looking at all the agenda items that we have on here, again, I would like to have us do a regular school board meeting, and if we eliminate the fluid stuff and do like the staff morale plan on the 9th, which is already scheduled for that time, because I have a feeling that's going to be a long discussion, but that's my thoughts.
Other comments or thoughts?
So right now, we're scheduled for a board meeting on the 9th and the 16th,
It's following Monday.
which is 2 Mondays in a row.
Yep.
Which we approved
Back in
May.
or April.
April.
Right,
Yep.
because if it were the 2nd and the 4th, it would be the day before Christmas Eve, and
Yep. I'm not going to be
that's
here.
family time.
Well, I think, when you practice consensus or you're looking at things, I think one of the concerns I hear from some of the board members is that we don't have committee meetings anymore. And to only have one board meeting without having another board meeting, and some of the things that people have wanted to discuss, they've been pushed back quite a ways. So I can understand where people are feeling that way. I'd also like to do the workshop. I'd probably fall on the side of, we did decide in April to do it this way and to use that second, the other Monday to fill in some of the items that we haven't gotten to. So, not that I don't want to be supportive of doing the workshop, I think that's a great idea, but that's just where.
A workshop in December, I'm sorry. A workshop in December, we're in the holidays, and again, people have commitments, there are family things to do. It may be better to do the workshop early in January. Any other, or Kim, you had something?
Well, yeah, you just kind of pointed to me, waiting for me, but I want to agree with these two. We have enough stuff on our future agenda items. You can pre-plan that, knowing now almost a month and a half in advance. You know, we can pre-plan and have some of the items that we've discussed in the past, and we can just bring them forward for discussion. I think our meetings go way too late. We've talked about that. I know we have work to do. Giving up one of the times, even for a workshop, then workshops have to be scheduled on a different date. I mean, that's my opinion.
Any other comments or thoughts? All right, Barb, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Totten?
No.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion?
The motion is to cancel the December 9 board meeting.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
No.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
No.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
No.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Mr. Rothman?
No. All right, moving on to item B, Business Services, approval of the 2013-2014 budget and levy. Glenn, you wish to comment on that? Thank you. Is Tom going to come up and make a...
Tom, do you want anything about the presentation you made earlier?
If we're on the budget, I need to recuse myself.
Okay, thanks,
Terry, can I just make a comment about our last decision?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, on the last vote, I think in one of our policies or discussion that basically you as the president are supposed to bring forward, and I think it's a good idea to make sure the public knows how that vote went, you know, just in case if they're not following along, the yes and the no's, that failed. We used to always announce it before, either it was Barb's job or your job, is that the motion failed. I think that would be a good thing to finish versus waiting for the next minutes.
Fine, and I did keep score, but I'm pretty sure it failed. It failed 6-3.
Okay, but I think I would really like to have that announced after every vote then. So, sorry, Barb, if you could do that, I would.
All right, Tom?
Yeah, in the booklet at the bottom of page 6 is a history of equalized values. I also distributed to all of you this document, which goes a little bit further back in the history. As I say, it's on page 6 of our booklet. It's already provided starting with about 97, but this document goes back a little bit further if you're interested in that. And in the budget hearing, I did cover the detail involved in the budget. This budget was put together over the course of the last year with your direction and input and approval of each phase as we went along with the building budgets, and then each of the project things that you've approved, as well as contingencies for negotiations and whatnot, as well as projects, etc. And for the revenue limit, you see we have generated the levy rate of $8.89, which is right on target with the history. Going back to about 1997, this district has, give or take a little bit, been around $9 a thousand since 1997. We continue to be there. We had a little bit of a jiggle in that in 2009 when there was an extra amount of money, $1 million put to defease some debt. And then, of course, because that was a higher expenditure, you had a little bit more state aid the next year, and that dropped the aids down, and then we got into the issue with Act 10, and that created some extra dropping in some other things that we did, lowered some expenditures, and we're coming back to about what's a little bit more normal. There was a little bit more on the levy this year because we did not spend the anticipated $1.9 million or $2 million in excess of our budget as planned. And we, per your direction, we have turned that around and reinvested that in this year's budget, along with an additional amount of money to do some additional things, taking us up about $3.5 million in expenditures from our fund balance.
So the levy that we're proposing that reflects what you have put together anyway in your budget is indicated in my memo at the front. The recommendation to approve the proposed budget, which is shown on page 10 and 11 of the booklet, so that it's consistent with state formatting, of all expenditures in the amount of $101,382,628 and revenues for all funds of $97,384,847. And the recommendation we're making also to approve the levy at $33,581,475 would put forward a budget to accomplish what you have set forth and directed us to do over the creation of this budget in the last year. So that's our recommendation to accomplish what it is that you folks have directed us to do.
I know we were here for Tom's earlier presentation. Any questions or comments for Tom? Tom, you need this in the form of two separate motions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll read the first one. Is there a motion to approve the proposed budget for 2013-14 as shown on pages 10 and 11 of the 2013-2014 budget report for expenditures of all funds at $101,328,628 and revenues for all funds at $97,384,847? Is there a motion to that effect?
Terry, I'm sorry, you said 328 instead of 382?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if you would correct that.
382,000, or $101,382,628. Thanks, Chris. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Thank you, Chris. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, discussion? Jeff?
Couple questions. Procedurally, how do we modify this budget?
Can you elaborate, please?
There are certain items, line items in the budget that I disagree with.
Enumerate, please. What?
I mean, I can go through them if you want.
Well, what alternative would you like us to follow?
Well, that's why I'm asking you procedurally, how do we modify this budget? Is it take a 2/3 vote, or, how does that work? Because I don't think, in all honesty, in the past, that this board has ever thought about doing that.
Well, there is a motion to approve the budget.
Okay.
And if there's a second, then I would say, please bring up your issues and concerns under discussion, and then we'll take a vote. And if the motion is to approve the budget, then it is approved. And if it's to not approve the budget, then we'll entertain another motion.
Okay. All right.
Is there a second to Chris's?
I did second.
Oh, you did, thank you. I'm sorry. All right. Any other comments or discussion? Roll call vote.
Well, hang on. I want to have discussion then.
Oh, okay. Yep, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay. So earlier today, I sent an email to the superintendent, copying all of the other individuals that I needed to, asking some questions about some line items. I don't think we've ever asked for a detailed breakdown of our budget. I got 1,001 or over 1,000 pages to decipher. While I disagree with the format that it still came in a format. And reviewing that, there are some issues that I guess I have questions about. The first one would be the $32,000 payment for the Boys and Girls Club at Kennedy for before and after school at-risk children. I don't recall that coming to the board. Did it?
I'd have to go back and research that, Jeff. I don't know if that's a long-standing program. Clover's not here anymore. I don't know. I'd have to research it.
Well, considering that it wasn't there the year before, I question whether or not it's a long-standing program. The second one that I have...
Well, if I can just maybe lengthen my answer here.
Okay.
Tom, when was the preliminary budget posted?
The first preliminary budget was posted in June.
And that preliminary budget, was it all of the, I don't know how many pages, Jeff said 1,000, was it that, or was it a facsimile of this?
Well, there would have been thousands of pages, but it would have created the preliminary budget. I mean, normally a board does not go to the single line item of each budget. It's...
So what was posted in June as the preliminary budget was not all the line items, but was...
No, it was just what you have before you pretty much tonight.
Okay. I don't know that if a program such as the Boys and Girls Club program was not there the year before, hadn't been there in years past. I just don't know that, and I don't want to make assumptions where there aren't any. I just would need more time to research what the $32,000 was for. Bill?
I believe it was there last year, because last year was when the levy and Fund 80 went from $870,000 to $902. It was for the $32,000. So the 2012-13 budget was the first time that was put in. That was the first year.
You don't have a recollection of what the $32,000 was for, what program?
It was, what was told me, it was for before and after school instruction for at-risk children at Kennedy.
Okay.
Did that have something to do with teaching the skills related to taking care of themselves?
No, that was just this year.
Oh,
that's a separate program. Thank you.
Jeff, your next item.
Next one would be legal expenses. We have budgeted $125,000 in legal expenses. We don't break out the accounts, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, as far as Fund 27, legal, board, it's all lumped together.
But there's two accounts that we use. One of them is general legal and one is negotiations. And that's it.
Do we have the ability to break those out? Can we break them, can we segment those even more, accounting-wise?
I could not. You would have to have, basically what would have to happen would be the attorney would have to spend more time basically keeping track of each 15-minute segment as to what it was for.
Well, they do break it out on our
Well,
bills.
what's on the bill is actually so much for the day.
I know, they
And
lump it together.
There's 3 or 4 different items a lot of days, so I am not sure either exactly which one it's for.
Okay. I'm concerned about the amount of the legal budget. It only encourages that we spend that amount. I noticed the next one is for superintendent's budget and the individual expenses that we allow the superintendent to have. The board has not had any input on that. We'd like to have a private conversation with them, but unfortunately we're not, so it's going to be in the public. I have some concerns that, number one, his travel budget is $20,000. His food budget is $2,500.
The travel budget is not $20,000.
Okay.
That $20,000 is meant for professional development for the entire leadership team of 40 people.
Okay.
But it's put under superintendent's travel.
May I make a suggestion in for what it's worth? The motion before you is for the overall budget for the approval, and I think this is germane to Jeff's first question. My recommendation would be to decide what you want to do for the budget as a whole. That allows us to move forward with setting the levy and establishing the budget. Any of these issues that you have, you're free to bring up at subsequent board meetings and decide to organize your budget differently. But at this particular meeting, this is the last and only opportunity we have to set a budget and thus a levy to meet our legal obligations to inform the clerks, et cetera. And it doesn't, adopting this budget does not preclude this board from subsequently altering the budget in the months ahead or determining that they want to use the funds in some other way. But I think going through details like this at this hour, at this juncture, is not going to serve well your purpose and desire to find out the information or everyone else for getting the information accurately and timely. So for what it's worth,
I think that's what Jeff was asking though, right?
That's what I'm asking is I want some type of reassurance that we'll take a deeper look at some of these that have, I mean, a hot topic is, $2,500 for food for the superintendent.
That's not what that is. That's $2,500 is my travel budget, which includes going to a conference or convention or whatever, for example, in January to the state convention. Again, I got the email at 12:30 something. We tried to provide answers for it. I don't disagree with you, Jeff. I think if the board wishes to have a very detailed, deep conversation about it, let's do that. But I don't have the information in front of me in order to do that.
Okay.
I had a question.
Yes.
Tom, could you explain, just from because you gave an example this evening, when we were $2 million under budget, so to speak, or what was projected, and then we didn't spend the money?
Yes, what about it?
Yeah, and then we didn't get state aid. We made some decisions about it, and then we got less state aid.
Correct.
What happens if we wouldn't have reallocated the money? What does that do with your levy? I'm just curious because we don't get to...
Well, when the less you spend, the less state aid you get in the following year. So we spent less than what we expected to do last year. So consequently, we received a little less state aid. And now we have in this budget, we've added it back into this budget plus some additional things.
That's why the levy goes up.
And that's why the levy goes up, because this happened.
I just wanted to understand.
The opposite, if we hit this target, the opposite will occur next year. We'll get a little bit more state aid because we spent more. It'll average out over the 2 years, 3-year period, but there'll be a little of this up and down as we do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Jeff, were you finished?
One other question. Sure. What is the cost of our health care for the family plan?
I think I have that in my folder here.
You mean aggregate, Jeff, or for an individual?
Individual.
I have it for family coverage. It was in last month's presentation. It is $18,219 for the family coverage, and then a $2,000 HRA risk exposure if a person has claim deductibles. The district will fund up to $2,000. So the total cost, if a person has $2,000 or more in reimbursable HRA expenses, would be $20,219. And that's for the POS. Oh, the HMO is the same cost because we set it at the same point.
Do we still have the indemnity plan, Keith?
Yes.
And what's the cost of that?
I don't have that here. So
Is it higher
it's
than?
Yeah, and the high deductible plans with the HMO and the POS are priced at the same.
Jeff, have all of your questions?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Kim?
Tom, last meeting you were asked what our excess revenue was. Did you ever find that number out in our expenditures?
You're looking just at Fund 10?
Yes, Fund 10, we had expected to expend about $2 million more than our revenue. And the actual, which would have been 74 million. And our actual, on page 10, is 69. Well,
3,345,000.
3,345,000. And we have rolled that forward into this year's budget to be expended at 3,485,000.
So 3.3, 3.4, okay. Because back in June, from the minutes, it was 4.7.
Yeah.
So we had an excess budget of 3 million.
I want to double check that because I'm jumping between pages and whatnot.
Well, I know you were asked last
I-
meeting, and
I-
I just went in some of my paperwork and, back in June, and I know things are fluid, I understand that.
Well-
It says 4,728,803. So,
Yeah.
so we had excess last,
We absolutely did have excess last year, yes.
Yeah.
Because we did not spend all of it that we had intended to.
technically, on maintenance that,
No, it was mostly on things like the textbooks and on salaries, things we did not settle negotiations last year. So that went unexpended. And as you know, we've put that back into the budget. So we've got that plus this year's in the budget. So we've got 2 years in there. So that accounts for the fact. Plus the other projects you've added for 3.4 million. We're expected in the budget to 3,438,000 over expended is what our projection is. We're budgeting to overspend by 3.4 million, and that would come out of fund balance. And that's part of those projects and things that you approved. Money for salaries and negotiations, the Plover Whiting, the Life Skills Center.
Tom, is another way of saying that the excess from 12-13 is going to be used to fund projects that we've identified?
Yes, it's exactly that's what I thought I said, but
I just wanted to...
I understood it that way. You were
Okay.
just going through the projects. I do understand that we supposedly put that money someplace else.
I can't,
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions or comments for Tom on the budget? If not, a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. So that is it's an 8 yes and an abstention or a recusal. All right, the second part of that recommendation is a motion to approve the 2013-2014 levy at $33,581,475. Is there a motion to that effect?
Move. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. Moving on to B2, the third Friday enrollment count. There is no action required. Are there any questions or comments on the materials that were provided to you in your packets?
There's one more handout.
Yep, thanks, that's what I wanted to see. I know, but I can't
Wow, you got a
understand.
magnifying glass with this?
Thanks.
This is the one that goes on the
Yeah,
website.
this is the one that shows up on the website.
That's one I was looking for, Attila, when I had asked. This is what this is.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether they were looking for the PowerPoint or what it was,
No,
so.
it was this. yeah.
So I just asked Bill to put together everything he had.
Did you want me to go through the PowerPoint or not, I guess?
That's up to the board.
I've looked at the information. You don't need to for me, and I know we have teachers back there that are waiting, and they have to teach tomorrow. So I'm okay to...
You're okay moving forward with
I
the
am.
information that we have? All right, very good, thank you. Item C, Educational Services and Student Services. One is the approval of the revised MOU between the district and Expeditionary Learning.
Is there any chance, I mean, I could be out of protocol here, but is there any way we could move, I do have some questions on that. Could we move C2? Because we do have people that are here waiting to speak to that.
That's the wish of the board, I'm fine with.
Is that okay with
I'm
people?
fine moving
Because they've been waiting all
C2.
night.
I don't understand when,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I guess I didn't realize we had people waiting, and I'm thinking to myself, well, how come we didn't bump them ahead like we bumped the other ones, but
Because I didn't realize that all the teachers were here.
so by all means, I'm in
Yep.
support of it.
Yes, so we're going to move ahead.
All right.
Right?
Right, so Keel, we're moving on to C2, the secondary new course proposals and course revisions.
Very good.
Me too.
Thank you. We appreciate the consideration. We have a different structure this year. From what I'm told from last year, we had the committee structure. So what we wanted to do is bring forward the secondary new course proposals, course revisions, name change, replacements, and those to you for a first reading tonight, and then we have a second reading then November 11th for approval. So what we have here are the course proposals that have gone through the process from the teachers at the schools, through the leadership teams and principals, then to me, and then to cabinet, and the ones that you see here have received approval at each of those levels. We have, for new course proposals, we have 3 courses that we'll be proposing. I'll go through those. The course revision name change, we have 1. Obviously, that's not as significant of a change. We have a replacement course in mathematics and some course name changes, science and English, mathematics, 4 of those. I'll go through very briefly the new course proposals because I think that those are a significant interest as we look at changes that are being made within the curriculum. The first one from SPASH is Implementing PC Security, and this is a semester-long course introducing the concepts of information security, personal computing, and organizational computing. Obviously a very interesting subject for students and very high-tech and high interest for students learning about all of the informational technology kinds of opportunities available to them. The second one also, and John Jordan is here too tonight, and we appreciate that, is Introduction to Computer Science and Programming. And this is a year-long course that brings introduction of computer science and programming to students, covers basic steps of programming, what it takes to take on the role of a developer, expanding knowledge of programming and web design. Very important course for our students. Both of these courses would include a $100 student fee. Probably important to note too, the first course, Implementing PC Security, would be a transcripted course with Mid-State Technical College where students could receive dual credit. Then the third is the GED Option 2, which is a new program at the Fernandez Center in association with SPASH, and it's a complete program including the GED Option 2 program, which is a state-offered program for high school equivalency where students can, through alternative testing methods, receive an equivalency diploma, which is essentially earning the SPASH full diploma as opposed to the alternative diploma, which does not carry the same status before them. In addition, And I'm just going through these quickly because the teachers are here and they've worked very hard on these proposals, and they certainly are happy to answer any questions or talk about what they've done. But we have under course revision and name change, an introduction to computer animation. That's the old Introduction to Programming, because Introduction to Programming has been upgraded. This course still will be, as these elements have been pulled out for students to still take as an elective. And in mathematics, there have been some significant changes there, as the mathematics team has been doing a great deal of work to align to the Common Core and to make sure that what they're offering students at the proper time within the sequence and with the proper curriculum. So we have a replacement course with accelerated pre-calculus. Is a college prep course covering all of the topics in pre-calculus but in greater depth, recommended for students who plan to pursue college degrees in mathematics, engineering, science, or computer science, or plan to continue in upper level mathematics. And then quickly the name changes. We have a new course this year that's doing very well, and it was originally called Science 7A Hybrid, I think, and English Hybrid, and those have been changed to be blended courses because that's aligned with the nomenclature at SPASH. And then intermediate algebra with applications. Again, the name change from technical math is essential to be in alignment with the Wisconsin State Technical College system. And lastly, accelerated algebra 2. We no longer need to have that called accelerated algebra 2 with trigonometry, because trigonometry is back in the algebra 2 curriculum in alignment with the Common Core. But as I said, sorry, I should have breathed a little bit, but I wanted to make sure we go through this quickly because John Jordan and Gretchen Renford from SPASH are here, as well as Deb Oliver, Tim Heeson, Sherry Krieger, and Steve Sorensen came tonight to see if you had any questions. They all have done an outstanding job, and Jerry Gargolak and his team at Fernandez have really done an exceptional job developing the pathway system, including the GED Option 2 program, in an effort to help students who may be at risk and struggling with high school to have alternative pathways to still achieve a high school diploma. They're hoping to reduce truancy, they're hoping to raise the graduation rate, and supporting kids who need some extra support. But so if you have any questions at this time.
Oh, Terry's gone. Could we have them speak to it since they've waited all this time? I'd love to hear a little bit from the teachers.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Yeah.
They weren't, but
yeah. But I would love to hear I'd just like to hear a little bit about why they're
Come on up.
You guys came, you might as well.
Be on TV with the rest of us.
All right, I'm John Jordan. I'm the computer science instructor at SPASH. I was hired as a long-term sub last year, and we were looking at developing some new courses to bring students back into the computer science area. I attended a conference at Marquette University this summer where we were talking about how there is so many job opportunities for computer people, and there are not nearly enough people to get in there, and that a lot of the computer programs or computer science programs dealt primarily with programming, and that is not the breadth and depth of computer science, and so we wanted to come up with a program that increases the breadth and depth of what is available in computer science. And one of the programs that is being talked about at the conference and also talked about on the state and national Computer Science Teachers Association is a program that was developed by UCLA and the Los Angeles Unified School District called Exploring Computer Science, which takes a broader view of what is computer science, the internet, web, some security, a little bit of programming, a little bit of robotics, and just sort of allows the students in the 9th and 10th grade what all is possible. And so I like the idea, and there was a website, and I read up some more on it, and thought, well, since I'm here to try to get more students into computer science and not just programming, this looked like a good fit. It's hands-on. It is the kids working in small groups and developing and hopefully getting an interest in computers, and then using our computer programming as a
additional things to go through once they have this introductory course in place. And since there was a exploring computer program in the junior high level, we changed the name a little bit to call it Introduction to Computer Science and Programming. The security course is basically, I was talking to the people at Midstate at a meeting last spring, and they said, we have this course and we'd like to get more students at Midstate doing computers. I says, gee, that sounds like a wonderful course. Can I steal it? And they said, sure. And so I said, okay, if I use the course, can we get any benefit for transcripting? And they said, well, if you do if you teach what we're teaching in the way we're teaching it, we can give you Midstate credit. And so I said, okay, how can I do that? And so they're allowing me to use the curriculum, and so we developed that course from that. The Introduction to Programming course, again, to avoid name confusion, we want to change it a little bit. And since that program does a lot with animation, I thought we can continue with the animation side of things, and then maybe add in a little bit more animation type program development. How do you create a character? Maybe do some modeling. Maybe use some Minecraft to bring in some animation or some development of such things. Exactly how that's going to fall into place, I'm not sure, but I think it would be sort of fun to try.
Yeah.
And so that's, for my 3 courses, that's what we're looking at doing.
Oh, that sounds great, thank you.
Question?
Yeah, I see that there's 2 courses going to be added, and then 1 just a name change.
That's correct for this year.
Okay, so this is on, how many students do we need in these courses to accept them? I know it's going to be year to year or whatever like that, or semester, well.
I don't have a good handle to answer that question. I'm guessing, I believe there's the policy that you need to have at least 18 to 20 students to offer the course. And so that's what I'm sort of guessing things on. If I get more, great. I don't know what happens if I get less. That I haven't, since this is only my 2nd year, I really don't know what happens if I don't get 18, if we still offer that or not.
Because you can't teach them both at the same hour.
That would be true.
Okay. I mean, I'm just wondering how your talent's going. I'm just kidding.
I do teach a advanced Visual Basic and C++ at the same hour because I don't have enough numbers, and so that has been combined. And generally, in that case, what I do is I talk Visual Basic one day, and then I talk C++ while the Visual Basic people are working on a program, and then we alternate, sort of, kind of, as we work through that. My long-term thinking is we would probably get away from the Visual Basic because it's no longer taught at Midstate, it's no longer taught at the university. They are going more toward Java and C variations, like either C++ or C#, and so I may look at modifying the Visual Basic and not offering that as a language, really getting into the status of Latin. It's not being used, even though it's still widely supported by other people, and working with languages that are being taught at the Midstate and at the university. So probably next year I'll be doing up here again, talking about some other courses.
Well, you have to change with the environment.
That's what I think.
I mean, I would love to come back to take some of these courses, because when I was back in school, it was still the old typewriters.
Well, you're welcome to join.
You got to stay late hours for me to come in there. But thank you for the offer.
Yeah, I don't know, Attila, if you need to answer this. I'm sure there's a way. $100 is a lot for a class, and I'm just wondering if a parent was interested or a student was interested, do we have a process for them to pay the $100 in gradual payments for this type of class? Because there's a $100
Student fees, there is.
Student fee.
Yes.
They can pay
have a
student
way
fees
of-
and
Right, we have a couple of other courses that have a student fee attached to them, but are you talking about like a scholarships?
Well, maybe a scholarship, but also if someone, I don't want a student to be turned away
Right.
by looking at that $100. Is there something that tells students or parents, we have a payment plan, that type of thing?
I'm sure we can arrange that. I think that's actually been done at SPASH, but if this is approved, then I'll talk to Mike and Keel, actually, about putting something in the guide.
I think it would be great, just because it's $100. I mean,
Right. Yeah, it's a lot to come up with at the
tolerate
beginning.
20, but when you see 100, it might scare you off.
Yeah. And just to let you know, I mean, when my kids were in school and some of the courses they took, they don't waive the fees, but they will let you do it on a payment plan. I mean, that was, 10, 15 years ago, but unless things have changed, unless they got hardcore up there, but.
It's nice to let them know, though.
I agree with that.
So that
Yeah,
they-
I don't know if it's on the website like that, so.
But they sound great.
Oh, God. You can come too.
I would love to. Believe me, I would do it over again if I could.
Thank you.
Okay.
You bet.
Gretchen?
Pardon me? Yes, for first reading.
Way past my bedtime.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Well, if you had your gizmos fired up, I'd show another amazing flow chart, but I can share that with you later if you want. Our biggest change was, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, we decided to take trigonometry out of the regular Algebra 2 course. We used to have something called Algebra 2 and Algebra 3 we broke, kind of like we do with our Algebra 1 class, we broken that in half. It had been pretty successful. Some kids took a semester of trig, and then we had a semester of stats. But the Common Core really dictates that trig needs to be back in all of the Algebra 2 courses. So again, taking it back in, getting rid of the name difference with the two Algebra 2. One is accelerated then, and one will just be the regular Algebra 2. But we did want to offer something for our students that have been in pre-calculus. The good news is more kids are taking pre-calculus than ever before. But the other side to that is our really gifted students who have been in accelerated all along since 7th grade junior high are kind of getting slowed down. It's almost like a funneling effect, and it's very challenging for the teachers to teach, and we really need to help. And it's not a new section. It's going to be 5 sections this year of pre-calculus. I suspect we'll still have 5 next year, but a couple of them I'm guessing would go the accelerated route. And then we offer 2 sections of calculus usually, and those would be the kids probably heading off to that.
So kids would take the AP pre-calc and then take...
We call it accelerated calculus, or accelerated pre-calculus. You could go into AP calculus from either of the two.
Okay.
But the depth that our pre-calculus teachers will go in the accelerated classes.
Okay, the accelerated, that makes sense. Yeah, I gotcha. Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Looks good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Jerry, can you bring your crew up?
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for waiting.
No, it's a pleasure because we've put a lot of time and energy into this, and I can't thank the staff enough for the energy they've been putting in this since June. So basically what you have in front of you is not only the GED option 2, but you'll have a whole pathway system. And basically the philosophy of that was to recommend a system that is based upon the foundations that have already been developed within the district and create more options for students to obtain a regular high school diploma. We can all take different paths, but the goal is to get to the same goal. So that's really what the pathway system is all about. And within that pathway system, you've got the GED option 2, which Mr. Arnson suggested. So if you have any questions relative to any of the paths within that system, or if you want a quick summary, we can clearly give you that.
That'd be nice.
Okay.
I love this stuff.
Path one is, and please understand within the paths, you can, if this is the path system, you can actually, if you have a student, for example, under the current alternative diploma path, there are some students who just can't get a job, maintain a job, whatnot. They've finished every single criteria, but they're just sitting out there not finishing a work component. So what we can do is we can take a student from what is path 2 and move them within another path so they can work on something different so they can earn that high school diploma. So path 1 is the traditional 23.5 credit traditional path. Path 2 is our current board-approved alternative diploma program, which was established in 1988. The third path is the GED Option 2, which is a state program. They have criteria that we have to follow, as well as criteria that we're required to establish ourselves as a district. And with that path, you're working toward a regular high school diploma. Path 4 is for that student who has approximately 20 credits, and in the old days, if a student was getting approximately 20 credits and they couldn't finish, they just refer them to the alternative diploma program and get an alternative diploma. Path 4 is really taking those students, some life event that has occurred in their life that is getting in their way of obtaining their regular diploma. So we can take that student, put them within a Path 4 system, and create options and requirements for them to complete their regular high school diploma. And Path 5, which is something we all discussed, is for that particular student who has limited credits, maybe has subpar academic skills, and to create a system for them to be able to obtain some type of diploma, an alternative diploma based upon their academic skills, their career interests, any academic interests they may have in the future. So that's what Path 5 is. So you can see each path is different within itself to meet student need.
Mm-hmm. Boy, that sounds cool. What did you, just can you help me, what did you have before? Wait. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
You had a credit-based path, and you had a non-credit-based path.
Yeah, that's what I
and
thought.
Some of those paths, just we would stick students in those paths as opposed to individualizing their path to meet their need.
Oh, this is really cool. Boy, this must have taken a lot of work.
And we're looking at possibly a sixth path, which would be for students like we, for example.
Here, you want to jump in?
Oh, I'm not. We're looking at a path 6, which would be for like a competency type thing, where through the special ed department, Steve and I, we have students who may be 20 years old, and it's not looking like they're going to graduate, skills low type of thing like that. Midstate has a program, and we've met with Mary Marks, the disabilities coordinator there, and we are pretty much right on board with what we were thinking as far as for them to meet basic competencies. Again, they'd get an alternative diploma, but they would get a diploma. So those kids that come to us at 20, they're not going to make it on that 23 and a half credit. They're not going to make alternative diploma, but we can have them have a diploma, feel successful, and graduate. And so the goal is to get all students graduate. Also really working collaboratively with SPASH. We're not two entities, we're one. Where SPASH is really working with us, we're working with them for all kids, not just special ed kids. We could do a lot more through the IEP, but this is for all kids instead of just
That's great.
For DPI reporting purposes, is there a difference as far as the alternative? Does that count as a graduation, the alternative one? I mean, I know the other two do, but does that one, so we would pretty much cover all our bases, so to speak, as far as meeting our graduation?
Correct. And again, the goal that Keel had mentioned is that we're hoping with this system, I mean, that's our expectation actually, is to increase graduation rate and decrease truancy. That is our expectation of this system. And go ahead, Steve, I'm sorry.
What's cool right now is I have 3 students that are 20 years old that have come back that are doing Path 5.
That's cool.
Yeah, it really is.
And that's why I wanted to,
Opportunities for students.
and why I know you've talked about it, but Jerry, why don't you tell them what the initial feedback from students has been for all of you that have been hearing about this?
The feedback from students and parents when they found out we were looking at other options, we have people coming into the building asking. So
wow,
that's nice.
That's cool.
That's why we're here. So I often tell parents that's why you pay us to figure out options for your youth. So and with the help of Midstate Technical College, Dr. Winiger, his cabinet, Keel. We also are looking at, we're not looking at, we're hoping this happens in March, a program with a coordinated effort with Midstate, a partnership to have a system in place for low socioeconomic students and other criteria where if they take these 6 credits through Midstate to increase their academic skills, reading, writing, math, that they would take 6 credits through Midstate, and if they pass that program, they would get automatic admittance into Midstate College.
Oh, that would be great.
Oh, that's awesome.
And that's being paid for by a grant that that Midstate applied for and is partnering with us for the students.
Right.
And that new location is really pretty cool.
Oh, tremendous, tremendous. That we could walk through in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
Can I comment on the conference? I just went to the GED, HSED state conference in Appleton, and I was around 12 years ago when the GED tests were written then. And so to be there in the next 12 years, and because the new ones are coming out in January, the rigor has increased tremendously. So we can be assured that, most of us, we think of GED as it's just squeaking by thing. Not anymore. I mean, the requirements for that GED test are 2 years of algebra, a year of geometry, or 2 years of geometry, okay? So it's not going to be easy for these kids. I mean, we all look at our students and say, wow, some of them are going to fit that criteria. But again, we're really going to rely on SPASH and the people in guidance to really help us, looking at all these paths and which path each student will fit into, and again, if that isn't successful or something happens, that we can segue them into another one. But I was really impressed at the conference because, that's what you expect, right? You want education to get better. You want our kids, their math skills to get better in reading and all that. And, they really, really stressed at the conference timed reading. We have to go back to that if we're not doing it. Even at the upper levels, we have to. Because these are timed tests these students are taking, and they need to understand that, that has to happen. And that'll be part of what we do to prep them, too, for those taking the GED option, too.
Kim, I think you had your hand up.
Yep. My question is because I did have some family members that went through alternative school. The service, the community service was dropped. There was no follow-through. I have one niece that's still sitting there. I don't think she's ever gotten any kind of GED because to me, no one helped her. Again, she's an adult, should have also followed through. Have you thought about looking back at people that have gone through the system but for some reason didn't graduate? Because of that. I mean, and my other question is there someone that is just working on that community service component to make sure that there's information where to get that from for these students or children?
I'm not quite sure I'm understanding what do you mean by community service.
Well, don't you have to do so much community service to get your...
Our students are required 10 hours of the 1000B community service.
Okay. If you don't get that, you don't get your diploma, whatever kind of certification, correct?
Well, back then, they may not have been doing it, but we really tried to make sure. I mean, we have our school business, the Penn business at our school, where students had the opportunity to go down there and work to get their volunteer hours. I've got a couple girls, we've made a partnership with Head Start, so we have students going to Head Start to get their volunteer hours. We've got many different opportunities. Kids are making back houses. Our students are working with the elementary school students. So there's a lot of things, Kim, that have been put into place to help them get those volunteer hours, or at least let them know these things are available, and if they choose to, that they can do it that way.
And that's great, because I always told her, I'm going to say, is there's got to be someone there to help you. Yes. Go and find it out. And I'm going to take a general look at this. They're not go-getters. These children, students, have difficulty in one way or the other. And so they're not go-getters. They don't go out and look. And I kept pushing her and saying, you need to find a staff member, someone to help you. I mean, which way you need to go. And I'm glad to hear that things have changed and you have somebody there that is giving them options, at least going forward.
We all know about those opportunities, yes. And we all work with our kids in getting those volunteers. Yeah, it would be a shame if a student did not graduate because they volunteer. I agree with you.
Yeah.
And we're hoping that the PATH system will help that out too.
And I agree, because you can't build one thing for everybody to go through. Right. And we've learned that all through, I mean, you guys know that more than I do. I only raised 3 kids. You guys raised hundreds or thousands of kids, through your classroom. So, but thank you.
We have a lot of different, my students were just making baby blankets for Bootstrap. So that would be a volunteer, if some of them needed to use that for volunteer.
It's not only about creating options, it's also about people understanding in the community that students just need a different way sometimes. And that doesn't mean if a student needs a different way, they're not as smart or brilliant or whatever as another student. They just need a different way. So part of this is also trying to change the community perception of what we offer students at the high school and at the Fernandez Center. So that's a big key to this. And we keep using the term Fernandez Center because every school does alternative learning in our district. So it's the Fernandez Center. So you can help us with that.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Okay.
Chris, you had...
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you. I know what you guys do over there, and it looks great. You've done a great job. I love the name Pathways, because that really is what kids need, a path to get to where we want them all to succeed in that. I just wondered, are there any area businesses that you're working with that can help you in any way, that you connect some of the kids with?
Right now, we just had from our, where were we, just
Penn
last
business.
Tuesday?
Our Penn business.
Women's Fund, and we connected with, for example, Gallery Q, and they're
okay.
we're making a partnership with them where our students are involved in the marketing, the production, everything, where they're willing to partner with us, or
that's
ask
awesome.
us to partner with them. I mean, I was just shocked at the people that, the money they paid for our pens. Well, they're really nice pens, though. They're all
They're wonderful.
They are, and right over there, our president is, in fact,
know.
your pen is...
You have it on you, Miss Scott?
Yes, I actually worked with a young lady who worked with your students when they had a certain price, and she said...
Oh, yeah, exactly. We
That
have
price
to
up.
up. We're not into the
Yeah,
business
so
part, but
that's
luckily...
great.
And we have a person that is volunteering. He is a retired person from Target, and he's actually our person that said, you need to charge more, and
That's
really is
great.
our marketing person, because...
That's great. Well, you guys do a fantastic job.
Community partnerships is going to be a big part of this, and that's already been established in the past, but to try to enhance that, I also want people to understand that it's important for us to have students involved in leadership positions. There are a number of students who just aren't asked because of histories and whatnot, but many of the students I've worked with through the years have excellent leadership skills, they just haven't been asked. So we're reaching out to committees in the community and trying to get students on those committees so they can be student leaders on boards and committees and whatnot. For example, Children's Museum is one right now where we're trying to get in, and some other places. That's part of it. They need to be seen as leaders.
I think you saw that at the Women's Funds. The
Yeah, for
students
sure.
that were
Those
out
are
there,
cool.
and
They were wonderful.
They came to life as
Yeah.
it went on. Then they were great salespeople.
They were wonderful.
Yeah, they weren't shy.
Then we had to tame her down. But with UWSP too, with Terry Idema, we
Yeah.
worked for years, we've worked with her, a great partnership with their health and wellness promotion majors, the YMCA, so yeah, we partner with a lot of people in the community.
That's great.
But I just have one, I'm very pleased, we did a great job, whoever decided on hiring Keel. He came in the summer, and it's hard to explain what we do and how we do it, and we threw this out there at him with all our enthusiasm and excitement, and he got it. It was really cool that he just got what we were doing, and has been very supportive, and really knows, as far as the whole GED option too, but all of the pathways, he's been great at helping us, so whoever decided on that, good job. So you hear a lot of negative, there's some positive.
Lisa, you have something? Or Kim, I'm sorry.
That's right. Can you guys, I know most of you up there, but can you introduce yourself either to the, and maybe get your face on camera? Because this was, I know you guys don't want to, but this is you guys did a lot for that, and I really appreciate it. So can you introduce yourself?
Sure. That's Jerry, our principal and school psychologist, truancy, and homebound coordinator. So
That's you.
I just introduced you, Jerry.
I'm Deb Oliver. I'm a teacher in the diploma program at the alternative school. I've been there now for about 15 years.
And Sherry Krieger, a teacher in the transition program, students with special education needs, and 12 or 13 years.
I'm Steve Sorensen. I'm a special education teacher also in the transition program.
I'm Tim Hazen. I'm a teacher in the return program, regular education students, and this is my 7th year.
Great.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And just a quick commercial. Besides Keel, I'd like to thank the staff because they already have stepped out of their traditional roles and are working with more students than they have in the past. For example, Mr. Hasten would work with 15 students. Now he's working with 22 students. Ms. Oliver. So all of these individuals are working outside of their traditional roles they've had in the past just to meet student needs. And I'd like to thank Dr. Winninger, actually, because I was just, many of you know me, I kind of think like this, and there's words for that. But
not a good thing?
I ran an idea by Dr. Winninger, and I want to thank you publicly because I had this idea of doing teleconferencing for students who have medical conditions or just can't work within a large school setting. This idea of having live streaming, teleconferencing for students from Fernandez to Spash. And I mentioned that, and within about 75 minutes I was talking to Mr. Arnson, and he said, Jerry, I got a response from, and he didn't even know. He said, I got a response from Dr. Winninger. He just got you 5 new computers for that. So I want to personally thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
That's a positive thing.
Thanks all of you for staying with us.
I know, me too.
Any other questions or comments for Keel? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve the first reading of the new course proposals and revisions as submitted and return for a second reading on November 11th, 2013?
So moved.
Thank you, Chris. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Kim. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson? Fell asleep. Mr. Rothman?
Yes, so that's an 8 and a, and we aren't sure, and a no vote.
Did Bob fall asleep?
All right, moving back to item C1, approval of the revised MOU between the district and Expeditionary Learning.
Which one are we on?
We are on 9C, we're going back to 9C1.
The question I had with this one is, could somebody highlight, that's the MOU, correct?
Yes.
Could someone highlight what is the change? They said there were significant changes, and I just wanted to point out that there's a J, and then there's an L, and then there's a J. So there's actually 2 J, 1 and 2, and 3 and 4. So I don't know if we had legal look at this.
No.
Missed something.
No.
Yeah.
Wasn't it J4?
It is, but there's a J, and 1, 2,
Yeah,
L,
it should be.
and then J, 1, 2, 3, 4.
We'll change the sequencing. It's number 4 under miscellaneous, and there were 2 changes made. One in the first sentence, the district and spells may terminate this MOU for loss of funding. That was not in before, and we felt that was important. And the other one was that if there were a default, it would allow EL 90 calendar days to cure the default rather than 30.
What do you mean, what default?
If EL failure to provide the services referenced herein above in a satisfactory manner. So if they didn't provide the services that we felt were in a satisfactory manner, then they'd have 90 days to correct that.
And what is their standard? Do you know? I mean, why did it go from 30 to 90? I was just curious.
Because we felt they needed more, we agreed with them that they would need more time than 30 days.
Questions or comments? Jeff?
From a procedural standpoint, do we need to, because we already approved this contract.
No. No.
Can I finish?
I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Procedurally, we have already approved this contract, and now you're asking us to approve a modification to that contract. So we've already taken one action, in my mind, and now we're taking another action to supersede that other. I mean, should we get rid of the first one and then vote for the second one? or does voting the second one automatically override the first one?
The first one, while it passed by the board, was never executed. There were no signatures ever put on it because we caught these two items. So it's not a contract.
But it was approved by the
But
board.
it was approved by the board. That's the
Right.
difference.
Right, but you don't need to, you could, technically, you could rescind this one and then, the former one, and then approve this one.
Well, you should.
We probably should.
Yes, absolutely.
Because,
Well, I
I mean,
don't-
we have a binding contract, we gave our verbal okay.
Correct.
Whether there's signatures or not.
Exactly. It
I
just
mean, I
wasn't
just wanted- It's
executed,
just a
but the board
formality, I just
approved.
want us to do it right.
Is there a motion to rescind the memorandum of understanding between the district and Expeditionary Learning that was approved at our...
How come we're using two different names?
14.
I'm so confused.
There's an easier way to do this.
Okay, I'm listening.
You could make a motion to have this particular MOU replace the previous one approved by the board.
Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Thank you, Chris. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Ebel. Discussion? Jeff, are you?
No, I don't have any comments.
Why are we using two different names? This one says the Stevens Point area. They called it the Jackson.
That's the proposed one that has not yet been approved by the board.
Okay.
But for right now, the official title is the Stevens Point Expeditionary Learning School.
Do we need to say something in here because we're approving this and it is incorrectly numbered? Is it as JKJ? It should be JK.
Just do a technical amendment.
What?
Just do a technical amendment.
Yeah. It, I guess,
L as miscellaneous. M
yeah,
as
the
signatures.
miscellaneous should be M.
Yep. L.
Okay, thank you.
L, and then M should be signatures.
Okay,
At
there
least
you
that
go.
was the alphabet
There
that
you
I
go.
used.
Why?
I know. I had to do it in my head.
Yeah, to adjust.
Yeah, we can't have two J's out of sequence.
All right, so there is a motion to replace this MOU with the one approved at our last meeting
It was not executed.
that was not executed,
Maybe put that in there.
with the spelling correction,
Not spelling, it's
Labeling or lettering?
lettering.
okay? With the correction, the corrected lettering. But I thought there was a spelling error that was caught as well.
No.
No, it's
Not
just
that
supposed to be
I'm aware.
L4 instead of J.
L and M.
Yeah,
M for
miscellaneous should be
signatures.
L, and signature should be M.
Okay. All right, there's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Larson? Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott? Yes. Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Shear?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Paxson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson? Mr. Rothman?
Yes. All right, we're on to item D, the second reading of policies 522. Oh, I'm sorry.
Still there?
Bob, are you still there? Nope.
Why don't we hang up? And that was approved. 8 and 1 no vote. All right. Then we're on to item D, second reading of policies. We have 522.1 drug-free workplace and 222 superintendent contract. Is there a motion to approve those two policies for second reading?
So moved.
Thank you, Chris. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. We can move on to first reading. Oh, All right? I'm not threatening or anything. All right. There's been a motion and a second. Are there any additions, corrections, questions people have? Lisa?
Well, on the clean copy of the superintendent's contract and annual evaluation, it's got LT and RS in parentheses and number of places. I don't understand why that's in the clean copy.
Because it's in the other copy. It's in both, yeah. It's, yeah.
Do you know what I'm just saying?
Yeah, but you left that in there for a reason, right, until it was approved?
Oh,
you know
right.
who made this
Right,
changes.
right. That was simply, those should be stricken, Lisa. Those were just placeholders, that's all.
Well, and it makes sense to have it on the other copy, you know,
There's
where
an
you,
RS
but
and
it just
there's
doesn't.
several RSs as well, so those will be taken out. You're right.
Correct. And then
Needed to be taken out.
in number 3, in that last sentence, it says, "At the same time, the superintendent shall provide the board with a list of accomplishments and completed goals, objectives for the evaluation year, a copy of his/her annual goals." I believe it should add in there, set in the prior year by the board. While, you know, it may be self-explanatory, I just think it would be nice to have that pointed out, that those are the annual goals that we are looking at, the ones that the board set for the superintendent.
Previous years.
Yes, yeah, that works fine.
What's the wording?
Previous year, previous
don't-
year's annual
Do
goals.
you not want me to finish?
Instead of a copy of his or her annual goals?
I want to comment.
The point she's making is that,
I just want the wording.
yes, I said previous goals.
Well,
Previous
what should
year's
it, what
goals.
should it, could somebody just tell me what it should read? A copy of,
His or her previous year's annual goals.
thank you.
And then in number 10, it says that the completed evaluation instruments, board and superintendent supporting documents of the superintendent's accomplishments and completed goals and objectives. I think it should also include the non-accomplishments or the goals that were not accomplished, and that would give the superintendent an opportunity to explain what they were and why they weren't accomplished. Now you can go.
Thanks.
If that's okay.
Jeff?
And then the second paragraph, the board and the superintendent negotiate the terms and conditions of employment, including term, duties, compensation, benefits, and evaluation, but yet below, it's different than what we said, so the two conflict.
Below where?
We said that we developed the evaluation tool, but he can have input, but this says he shall negotiate the terms and the conditions, including the evaluation. We said no.
So you just want to drop the word evaluation?
No, negotiation. Oh, yeah, maybe you're right.
Well, I don't have a problem negotiating the terms and conditions
right,
of
yep.
employment, including the term, compensation, and benefits,
Yep.
but the duties are already predefined, as far as I'm concerned, as in his roles, and as far as the evaluation, we said no.
So taking out the word duties and evaluation.
What number are you on?
Second
Second paragraph at the top.
Oh, at the top, okay. Yep. So really what you're saying, the negotiation should be on compensation and benefits. The duties are already established, the evaluation, we decided that we were doing it, and the term is actually, I mean, that's statute. So why would you, yeah, I mean,
Right.
absolutely, that makes perfect sense. Good catch.
That's what I wanted to say.
That's what you wanted me to say? Good catch? Oh.
No.
Oh.
I have a question when you guys get caught up there.
Okay.
I want to just go back for a moment to what Lisa wanted on number 10. Was it number 10 that you wanted an
non-accomplishments.
insertion?
Yeah.
Can you just identify the language again?
Oh, that the superintendent's accomplishment I don't really care how you word it, but it's your accomplishments and your non-accomplishments and your completed and non-completed goals and objectives.
Set by the board.
Yeah, set by the board. So that way, like I said, you have an opportunity to explain why if we set in your goals that we wanted you to accomplish this or that, and you didn't accomplish it, this gives you an opportunity to explain to us why you didn't accomplish it.
I can smell those peanuts all the way over here. I guess my question is, does the board agree on that?
Why, can't you just say the superintendent's, I mean,
Accomplishments and non-accomplishments.
it's really wordy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you
It's also pretty negative.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have goals, objectives, and he either accomplishes them or they don't.
Right.
So I think it's intuitive that what's accomplished is going to be discussed, and if there are things that weren't accomplished, that would be included as well.
Well, I just want to remind the board that there was absolutely no discussion about those documents this year. I provided several documents, and there wasn't 1 minute devoted to discussing those. So if there's a way to eliminate that and reword it, that the superintendent will provide necessary documents concerning goals and objectives for the evaluation year, I would be perfectly happy with that.
Why can't you just have the completed evaluation instruments in supporting documents of the superintendent's accomplishments and performance?
Well, I understand what Lisa's point is that this favors the positive, editorial comments aside, that I think if it were just simply just stated that the superintendent shall provide the board with status of goals and objectives for the evaluation year. And you could say shall provide the status of the goals and objectives for the evaluation year. You could eliminate the next one, a copy of his or her previous year's annual goals. Are you talking about the year before the evaluation year? Lisa, was the intent?
The prior year's goals.
Not the year. Well, let me give you an example. So the year for 13, if this were in June of 14, you're talking about 13-14 or 12-13?
Well, I would like to believe if the goals weren't met or if they stayed the same from one year to the next, that the board would incorporate them into the following year. So my personal, but this has to be a board decision, obviously, would be the prior years.
Prior year meaning 13-14 or 12-13?
You pluraled that, so years.
I know.
You know what? Can't we just put the completed evaluation instruments and superintendent's response, if provided, shall be placed in superintendent's human resources file? That gives the superintendent the opportunity to put all of the documents in there. We don't have to list them.
I agree.
And I just, since you made kind of an editorial comment about the evaluation process this year, I have tried to go on record as saying, and I think all of us felt, it wasn't done very well, and it was done really late at night. I tried to have a special meeting to do it. I tried to do a lot of things. We've tried to talk to you since then. So, I just want you to know there's frustration on this part, at least from this board member, as well as on your part, so.
This is second reading, is it coming back again?
Third reading.
I would appreciate if we could just agree on wording and have it be done.
So what did we agree on the second paragraph then? Are we leaving,
I think Renee made a suggestion.
I did. Just saying the completed evaluation instruments, board and superintendent, and
say that.
superintendent's response, if provided, shall be placed in the superintendent's human resource file.
I was asking about the second paragraph.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm like, all right.
Maybe we should start from the top down.
Should have let Jeff talk first. That was my fault.
We just took out a couple words.
Term, duties, and evaluation.
Correct.
Take those out.
No, I don't think you can, legally, you have to negotiate the term. And I have some questions about legally about the word duties as well, which I'll contact my personal attorney about, but you have to negotiate the term.
Why? I mean,
Because
isn't that in the statute?
It can be 1 or 2 years. It doesn't have to be 2.
And leave it in there.
Whatever.
So we're all right with
And-
terms? Go ahead.
Yeah, but
I'm okay with eliminating duties and evaluation, and I'll check on duties about the legality of that with my personal attorney.
okay, yeah. we can take out
Number
duties.
3 and number 10, though, I think need to be reworded per Renee's suggestion. That's my suggestion.
Then I would like it to come back.
Renee, can you give the exact wording again, please?
Of what?
Because I don't think Barb got it.
Of her number 10?
Of the number 3 and 10. 3 and 10 are almost identical. If you're going to change 10, you have to change 3. And vice versa.
Let's start with 10, because that was the one that she just quoted, so.
All I did was I just made it simple. The completed evaluation instruments, board and superintendent,
Written evaluation.
and superintendent's response, if provided, shall be placed in the superintendent's human resource file. I just took out all the other stuff.
You took out sentence
Those 2 lines.
2 and...
Yeah, I did.
2 and 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the goals was put in there because to ensure that the board gets that information before they do their evaluation, so that when they go through the process, this was a reminder that came to the board, a copy of that. So, I mean, I'm not sure we want to eliminate that, because then, where's the reminder that?
I would suggest that the number 3, the second sentence read, at the same time, the superintendent shall provide the board a copy of his or her annual goals. But the previous year's summary evaluation, why would I be providing that? The board already has that.
I think what Lisa's point is that they didn't get it this last year.
And if you...
They did. Yeah, you did.
Not till later.
No.
No, it was all in the packet that I provided you. Absolutely.
It was
The written summary that Renee provided was included. remember, you didn't evaluate me 1 year. You went back to that, my first
It
year.
wasn't me when I was, yeah.
Well, there's no point in arguing that.
You know, yeah, this
There's
is-
no purpose in that.
No.
The point is that the board needs to have this information, not at the time that the superintendent gives his report, but before the board does theirs of the superintendent. Unless the superintendent does theirs first, and then we do ours after. Well, then why not just eliminate 10 and just leave 3? And just add set in prior years, or the previous year.
How about with number 3, board members shall complete the evaluation instrument after reviewing the previous year's summary evaluation and reviewing the and then I think we can just leave the rest of it the same. At the same time, the superintendent shall provide the board with lists of accomplishments, completed goals and objectives for the year, his or her annual goal, and a copy of his or her annual goals, period. And we take the along with the previous year's summary evaluation and get that up into the first sentence.
Why,
that works.
why does the previous year's summary evaluation factor into this year's evaluation? You've completed that. I don't
Right, but
I
it
don't
did
get
list
that.
goals
That were
for
set.
the upcoming year.
Well, then just say that. Rather than say the previous year's evaluation, then I mean, it's not fair, to be very frank. It's not fair on either side of the coin. If the 1 year's evaluation is exceptionally positive and this following year was not a particularly good year, then you're bringing forward something that really didn't have any relevance to it. Why not just say the goals that were established, not the entire evaluation, but the goals? That's what you want. You want the goals that were established. You don't want the previous year's summary evaluation. I mean, because then you're evaluating somebody on 2 years every year. That doesn't make sense. Or say the goals that were set during the previous year's evaluation.
There you go. Did you write that?
Did Angel leave?
She is not feeling well and had to leave.
Okay, you just need to make a note that has to be in the minutes. that She left the meeting.
Do you hear that, Barb? And you'll do that for Bob too, then?
Mm-hmm, yep.
So this is coming back because I'm totally confused on where we're at with this. I think we just need
Yes,
to
we
come back
can-
with another
We can bring
clean...
it back 4 or 5 times. We're good at that here. No, seriously, we need to do
Yeah.
that because we've made a lot of changes tonight.
Thank you.
And then I just have kind of a simple question, it's not any changes. Is this something that we're going to do from now on, is whoever made the changes, we're going to put their initials? I mean, because we keep flip-flopping. Sometimes it'll say, Lisa Totten made these changes, and then when, say, Jeff makes a change, he's not noted in there. We either need to do it for everybody or not. Because I don't know why it makes a difference who made the change as long as the board accepts it. Because to me, a lot of these changes were not done by Mrs. Totten. They were done by another board member.
Well, the ones where it marked LT were made by Lisa, but we can eliminate that. I don't really care. It wasn't my suggestion or my idea, so I'm just here to serve
I
the
mean,
board.
just very
so-
confusing. So, but, okay, so
All
that
right,
one's coming back.
We're going to bring 222 back for a second reading. 522.1, do we have, which is here for a second reading on the drug-free workplace, do we have any recommended changes? If not, is there a motion to approve 522.1 on a second reading?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Jeff. Seconded by Chris. We heard no discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes, I believe that was approved 6-0. All right. First reading, policies 111, 420, and 421.
111 has just a simple change that if it involves a student, it goes to the director of elementary, secondary ed rather than the director of HR.
Any additions, corrections that anyone had on either 111, 420, or 421 for first reading?
Should we just pass this 111?
Can I,
and be done with it?
just ask you a question? Does anyone have a problem with 111?
That's what I was just going to say. Can we get 111 off the
something done.
books and let's get that out of
Okay.
No
there?
one has anything.
All right.
Because I'd like to make a motion to approve policy 111 for first reading, as presented.
All right.
Second.
Thank you, Kim. I can't do that here. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Rothman?
Yes. My math says 6-0. All right, student admission and continuing enrollment requirements 420.
Can I just make a couple of comments?
Sure.
We eliminated policy 421 and incorporated it into 420 as well as a couple of other additions. And this is upon recommendation of Greg having worked with people at DPI. And so we thought that it would be best to roll all of this into one policy rather than have 3 or 4 separate ones. In the changes that were suggested by Lisa, she asked to define the word child find activities, which we did, and that's a IDEA definition. And then, as I indicated in the memo, Terry, Angel, and myself went through each of the recommended changes, and we kept some, and some we did not.
Harry, as you're paging through that, you just mentioned that that last vote went through 6-0. Technically, there's 7 of us that voted, just to let you know, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Bad math. It's late.
I know, and
7-0.
Yep.
And I believe the one actually before that, I said the same thing. Maybe it's because I'm not here mentally anymore. All right. So 421 has been incorporated into 420, and a number of the changes that Lisa had recommended were made. Are there any other changes or additions? Yes, ma'am.
Well, actually, minor comments. I was told at the last board meeting to email my suggestions in, which I did, and I requested that they be marked what my suggestions were, and I don't know if that's what happened on the last policy or not. But I wanted the public to be very clear of what suggestions were made, because as I've made it very clear, I don't believe in doing the stuff behind back door. They were not marked. You cannot see what mine were. I was told by the superintendent they would be marked.
I did say that, Lisa, and I apologize. It didn't happen, and I was going to mark those. But if I can just add one other thing. I was very uncomfortable taking these because I didn't understand some of them, and so I asked for Terry and Angel's help doing that.
That is part of the reason why I won't do that again. Because if you have a problem, then you should be talking to me. And the decisions of whether my suggestions are taken or not is not your 3 decision. It's the whole board. And some of the decisions or recommendations that you have taken, the rest of the board could have totally disapproved of. And the way it's presented, they have no idea what I did or did not say. So I'm actually very disappointed in how this was handled, and it's just it's a prime example of what I'm talking about. I'm very disappointed.
Well, I'm going to respond to that because I'm extremely disappointed too. I can picture your email. I can't tell you whether you recommended 10 or 15 or 20 changes.
A lot of them were the same one in a different spot for
There were.
consistency.
But what you're essentially saying, and I'm not even going to take the time to add those up, you want this board to sit here and approve and do a roll call vote on each one of those changes?
No, do the consensus that we've done on all of the other ones. Policy is supposed to be a big part of our job, and when we're combining two policies, and I don't have a problem if the board doesn't take my suggestions. I don't. But I still have the right to make them. And if they had just been put in the way I requested, where the board knew what they were, they could have reviewed them ahead of time and done whatever. So.
And then we're going to sit here, and I'm not picking on you, I'm trying to understand the process that you want this group to go through. So then everything that you ask for, including questions, are in there. And then we're going to go line by line and we're going to vote to it stays in or it goes out. Is that what you're asking for?
I'm asking for, well, it doesn't matter because I'm not going to do it anymore, but, so.
Well, we just did it on the policy beforehand.
Exactly.
We just did it on the policy beforehand. We went almost line by line, and we either approved it or disapproved it. And basically, she's just saying, you three should not have the power to say yes or no. It should be all up to all 9 of us, is making the choices of either Chris's changes or your changes or my changes should be approved. If it's line by line, it's line by line.
All right,
So-
Chris, go ahead.
I just want to, I understand, I think everybody understands what happened. So I'm just asking at this time, what can we do to move forward? I'm just asking, what can we do to move this forward so that you get your changes put in or your changes, so everybody gets to see your changes? What can we do to move forward?
We can bring it back with all of the changes in.
That would be great. Is that okay with everyone? I mean, I think we just need to move forward.
I mean, if everybody's fine
Because I
with it, then I'm
understand
fine
both
with it.
what happened.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fine with everything that's in there, that's fine.
Well, if you want
Because then,
to see your changes, Lisa?
yeah, I do. I think it's,
Well, then let's do that.
Then we'll bring it back. We will bring it back with all of your changes in, and they will be noted.
And that's okay, because that was asked, so I do think that is, it's fine.
That's fine. So let's go.
And I understand what you're saying, Lisa, and I wouldn't appreciate that either.
Moving on, district exempt employee professional services agreements.
Just as an introduction to this topic, when Charlie was here a week and a half ago talking about the non-exempt compensation plan, during the workshop we said, the board said, can you come forward with the exempt components of the plan and put that in place so that that could be done in the next 6 weeks. And so what's attached to this memo are 2 professional service agreements. Charlie said he could do the first agreement and the second agreement and do it in 6 weeks if we approve these tonight. Or we could take them one at a time and use a different kind of time frame. So he could do the first agreement, and then we could set a different deliverable date on the second agreement. And then the third topic that had come in, not during the workshop, but through email during the week, was whether we could add a full benefit costing compared to other school districts. And you can see his comments here saying that that would be considerably more time-consuming because the information that he'd have to go through is through all the details of each of the benefit plans. So, for example, if he was calling about long-term disability, he couldn't just say, do you have a long-term disability plan or not, but it would be, what's the deductibles, what's the copay, what's the duration, what's the benefit amount, How long does it last? Does it coordinate with Social Security? There's a lot of details that would be included in that. He also commented that he thought that it may not be worth the expense because that would be a very labor-intensive project, but nonetheless, he put figures in about that. So the recommendation that I put in the cover sheet would be if we want to go forward with the teachers and administrator comp studies and have those done in the next 6 weeks, that we would approve the 2 professional service agreements that are attached to this memo.
All right. Let's start with a motion and a second, and then we'll have discussion. Is there a motion to approve the attached professional services agreements with Carlson Detman for exempt employees as outlined in the memo?
It's just the first one,
There's 2 contracts here.
There's 2 contracts. We're just talking about the first one now for the exempt, right? Or not?
Yeah, we can do it one at a time.
Well, I don't know, I'm just at...
Yeah, that's probably a good idea,
One at a
Jeff.
time? Okay.
Yep, the recommendation was for the services agreements for exempt employees as outlined above, so that is the first one.
So moved.
Chris, is there a second?
Second.
Jeff, all right, thank
Just
you.
being you, Chris.
Discussion. Yeah.
I have a question, and maybe this doesn't fall into this, but when the question was asked about comparing benefit package, can we just look at the percentage of salary instead of looking at all the details, just see what other school districts are spending as a percentage? Possible? Is that kind of what you were looking at?
Well, it's just that
The
after...
detail, I understand that we can't get to that, but...
Yeah, but after the meeting, I got phone calls from other administrators in various schools around the area, and there's a number of them that give close to $10,000 to each employee if they don't take the health insurance plan. Well, that's a huge compensation, in my opinion. So that should be included, and when someone dies, you have some school districts that give, whatever, funeral leave, 3 days, whatever, and some don't. I mean, it's just, if we're going to do it right, if we're going to claim that we're really doing it right, then we need to actually do everything. If we're not going to claim that and we're going to say, well, we're going to do a Walmart version or whatever, I mean, not to cut Walmart down or anything, but then that's fine too. But I don't think it's fair to say we're going to do a thorough analysis if we're not actually doing it. And then with this, I know Bob, and too bad he's hung up, but he's done a number of studies or analysis off of the DPI site. So if we're just doing health insurance and benefits, I mean, really, our staff here could do it. So I'm particularly at this level, where I know he did a lot of work at the other level, putting people in different categories and giving them different points and stuff, but it just doesn't make sense to me.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Is this the right time to talk about this, or is this getting off discussion on the issue? This is relevant, but not directly to the motion, I guess.
Well, until I hear what you have to say, I really do.
No, and no, I was just, this is what I was talking about.
No, this
so I
is
don't know
very
if that's
relevant.
specifically to this.
No, this is relevant.
I guess I got cost issues here because, we're trying to put more into our students, and I know this is our staff, and they're very important. But we paid $20,000 for that first analysis. Each one of these are going to cost us $18,000. That's more than what I make in a year, unfortunately. So that was one of my comments. The other one is first paragraph under the background, a few of the support service staff. Why not all of them?
Because most of the support services staff were included in the non-exempt, there are only a few that are salaried.
Okay. So we should maybe say instead of a few, salary support services versus
Well,
a few.
that's what
and then.
exempt means.
Okay, well, it reads that we're not evaluating all of them, but, yeah. So,
Jeff?
So my question is, he says administrators, teachers, does he segment the teachers at all in what they do or don't do? Is there a special, I mean, he just says teachers. How detailed does he get in teachers?
Yeah, he hasn't done the work yet, but what he's trying to establish is what is the market for teachers. And it's not, what I'm telling him is there's not one teacher salary, that we have to differentiate between elementary, junior high, and high school. We have special ed and regular ed. We have hard to recruit for positions. We have easy to fill positions. We have some positions that require master's degrees. So there is complexity, and that, quite frankly, is why I think the project costs more for teachers, because it's more complex than the non-exempt. The non-exempt, we had 240 job description questionnaires completed for 60 different jobs. What we looked at a week and a half ago was just the 12 benchmark jobs. But teachers is more complicated because the second part of that project is how do teachers get pay increases going forward? It's a complicated question that it's trying to skate to where the puck is heading in the state rather than what people were doing in the past.
And just so you know, Kim, it's up to $50,000 for that cost of that one study for the teachers.
For the benefits.
Yeah.
That's for including all the...
yeah, I say no. If we include it. If,
yeah.
We didn't, correct?
No.
No, if we, yeah.
Is there other discussion? All right, there's been a motion and a second to approve the attached professional services agreements with Carlson Detman for exempt employees. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Sherrick?
What was someone else going to say? Well, we started it, we got to finish it, yes.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes?
Mr. Presley?
I just want a clarification. So which contract am I voting for here? Just so that I'm clear.
Oh, it's faculty and administrator pay.
Or is it in this?
The second one is for management, is that correct?
One.
No, the second, the first one, they're both for exempt staff. The first one, if you look, the details really differentiate in the scope of services. So number 2,
139.
A, B, and C, the first agreement says establish fair market values. So it's going around and saying what is the rest of the state paying. Reviewing our current salaries, so the 550 people that are in that category, and then researching where other districts are going with their pay structures. Those are the deliverables for that first agreement, and that one could be approved standalone. The second agreement then has, in section 2, holding focus groups with our folks, with you and with administrators and teachers, determining attitudes and ideas about how teacher pay increases should happen, and then recommending how teacher pay increases would happen in letter B. So there are 2 different scopes of work.
Okay, so the first one that's on the, okay. Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes,
Motion carries.
6-1.
6-1.
Got the math right. Is there a motion to approve the proposed PSA to conduct focus groups on pay plan design and to develop specific pay plan recommendations for exempt employees?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Discussion.
That's the question.
Yes.
In the fourth whereas, and they talk about, and has assessed alternative forms of salary management in K-12. Is there a reason you call it salary management instead of faculty and administrator pay? Are you looking at different groups of people then?
Lisa, can I ask, are you seeing that sentence to mean management as in administrators?
Yes.
It doesn't. What it means there is, and has assessed alternative forms of salary management. In other words, managing salaries.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Other questions?
Has he done this work in other places? Has he done this exact form of doing it?
Yeah, the first part, he's been working in Sun Prairie. The second part, we would be leading on.
That was my question, so
Oh,
he
in
hasn't
the
done
second
this.
one, yeah.
Yes. What's the benefit of doing it, having him do it, or doing it like this?
Well, you have an objective person who, if you look at the second piece of this, well, actually both pieces of this, he would be conducting the focus groups. It would be an objective third party as opposed to anyone from within, which, you know, given the state of the district and how people view the work, it would clearly lend an objectivity to it. And the second one is he would design faculty and pay structures that are equitable, competitive, affordable, and consistent. He would present to the board options for design of faculty and administrative pay structures, because there are a lot of districts doing very different things. So he would recommend options for the board to consider. So there's some value in his objectivity in going around the state and finding other ways that other districts are doing it.
I get that. I'm just wondering how much experience he has doing that, or if we're...
Well, I think he has a lot of experience outside of education
That's what...
doing that. So this, as Keith said, this would be the first time for him to do this for education, but there's some value to that. But if the board felt that we, didn't want to be the first one to do it, then the board would, and the administration would have to come up with its own design.
Or are there other people that are doing it?
I don't know.
WASB, there's got to be people coming up with other, everybody has to do something, so there has to be somebody doing
all
this.
the conferences this fall, this is the hot topic, is compensation, faculty compensation going forward.
Because this is something all the districts you would think would want.
They're all going to be coming up with solutions, right? And it will be connected to the educator effectiveness, but that's not rolled out yet, so what do you do in the meantime? How do you bridge to that? Will be questions that all districts will want to make.
But, I know WASB last spring had a workshop, and they actually brought teachers there with administrators, and they had a process that they talked about how they did it as a district. So I'm just wondering what other, that's why I'm asking, because it is so important. And I lost my computer, ran out of battery. So how much is this?
18,000.
18?
It's the same as the previous ones.
They're the same.
So we
But
would be
the,
paying 56,000 for these reports. So 18,000 total.
36 plus the 19 that we paid out.
Right, that's what she's saying.
Chris?
No, I don't know if there are other people hired out to do this. I do really like the idea, though, of having somebody, just from his presentation, somebody who can be objective, somebody who does the research, who isn't internal. I really like the way he presented, and I think giving us options, going out there and looking at what's being done, I think it makes sense to have somebody who's doing the first two parts to look at that. It is his first. But, I know that WSB has some things, but they've had a lot of things that I thought were just okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, and and you raised a very interesting point, and I think the idea of continuity is important in this case, too. So, other questions or comments? All right, it's been moved and seconded. Barbara, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Ruffman?
Yes. 6-1. My math as
Bless you.
well. Moving on to E2, the employee handbook recommendations. And Glenn, I believe you had some comments you wish to make on harassment and bullying?
And Carrie, I need to recuse myself.
Okay.
Glenn Rindle, 1024 Brawley Street, Stevens Point. Issue came up, we had a SBA leadership meeting looking at the two policies. You have a handbook policy on harassment with employees, and you have a policy based upon the school board policy. Now, granted, we don't have really much say in school board policy, and I don't feel like we had a ton of involvement, but the argument was you had some involvement with the handbook policy. There are a number of timelines that are going to be changed and the structure of the harassment for employees by bringing in the board policy over the top of the handbook policy. It's not bringing them together, it's changing. If I'm right, Keith, there are some timelines. 15-day timelines become 45 days. 10 days become 20 days. And one of the concerns that we have is when you look at the initial process, if you look at a lot of other workforce policies, they say, okay, we're going to start and promptly start the investigation when a complaint is brought forward. In this case, it's the idea if the complainant would like a informal meeting, possibly it could be worked out, but in order to get the investigation started, the complainant has to say, I don't want that formal meeting. So what you're already doing is kind of setting them up. They have to sit down with their potential accuser. And you've got board policy, and you put that together, but I'm saying there's a few things that are missing that are very different. It's not just overwriting them. The policy itself is different in the handbook. Then the handbook supposedly is what the employees brought together and what is best practice. So I would say don't take my word for it. Table it and come back to it and look at it, because there are numerous changes. So instead of having a judgment in 15 days, you have a judgment in 45 days. Instead of saying, well, this person, I mean, it sounds strange, but if somebody says, okay, I make a harassment charge. I mean, there's harassment charges going on right now in the district. Is the policy going to change the way the process is run, or are they grandfathered in? That's another question I think needs to be answered. But this idea that I have to say, no, I don't want to sit down with my potential person that I'm accusing of, it looks bad to say, I don't want to sit down and work it out, I want the investigation to start. And if you take a look, a lot of them say on the workforce development sites, the investigation starts, that's the way it starts. You turn it over to human resources or whichever appropriate person it starts. And your board policy says you got to sit down and you got to, and to me it's cumbersome and it may be potentially uncomfortable because it looks like you're automatically being uncooperative to just get the investigation started. But like I said, don't take my word for it, just there's two policies. Take the time to look at what wasn't overwritten and we just asked that. I think that's fair, and it was put together with people in the room discussing it with employees. I mean, that's what the handbook was about. So just take the time on that, please. Thanks.
Keith, do you want to respond at all to that?
Should I start with the harassment policy? Then?
Yeah, that's the one that's being
Yeah,
addressed.
so I agree with what Glenn has said, that the handbook and the board policy were out of sync. And it was actually brought to my attention by an employee earlier this month saying, this one says this many days, this one says that many days, which one's right? And so that was the reason why I wanted to make the edits to the handbook policy. I don't know how they got out of sync. The handbook's been in place since 6/11 of 12, it said. But so what I was just doing was taking out all of the redundant steps that were out of sync and just pointing people to the board policy. And that's the way I was administering the one that had been filed about 6 weeks ago. As I said, here's the board policy and here's how it works. So I was trying to simplify it and make sure that the two policies were in sync, was the purpose.
I think the other point is that there's a golden unstated rule in HR that you always try to solve problems at the lowest possible level without having to go through a formal procedure that requires, for lack of a better word, a bureaucracy. And so here's the example that Glenn referenced. The district will allow complainants the opportunity to resolve discrimination and harassment complaints on an informal basis if the complainant asks to do so. Upon a complainant's request, the building principal will facilitate a meeting between the complainant and the alleged harassed or discriminated. If the parties resolve the matter, the building principal will prepare a written statement outlining the resolution. If the complainant is not satisfied with the outcome of the meeting, the district will formally investigate the complaint. So it gives the employee an opportunity to say, I would like to resolve this without going through a formal harassment procedure. So it's trying to do it at the lowest possible level. And again, all we tried to do was to make both the handbook and the policy consistent, which is why you see the red line in the handbook section and a reference to following policy 111.
So if I can paraphrase, Keith, what you've done, because we've had the employee handbook and the policy were out of sync, you made the handbook correspond with board policy, which has previously been approved here.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And
Go ahead, Chris.
I wasn't sure exactly where you were reading from, Attila, but it sounded to me...
From the board
From the policy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the employee has the choice, though, of meeting with the principal and...
Has the option.
Has an option.
Right.
Or saying, no, I want this, I don't want to do that, I want the investigation to start. They do have the option of having...
Right. They're asked if they want to do that. If they say no, then the district will formally investigate.
Okay.
It's not a requirement.
Okay.
Are there other questions or comments? Renee?
I don't know. I'm really too tired to go through this, to be honest with you. I've kind of reached my limit.
All right.
And I'd like to see what the policy, I didn't go back and look at what the board policy was of this.
That's that one we just approved tonight.
It was in tonight's packet
Yeah.
for the other.
I wasn't,
I didn't put two and two together
I didn't put
either.
two and two together.
So,
The recommendation from administration is to approve the attached edits to the district employee handbook. Is there a motion to that effect?
Do we have to do this tonight? Do you have to have these?
Well,
No, it was cleanup, it was trying to align it. The third one is actually more employee-friendly. We said that the people didn't have to turn in an official sealed transcript, and we added principles into the process. But these things could be tabled 2 weeks without a lot of concerns.
and they could, but we've also had public discussion, we've had discussion here, and do we really want to repeat that in 2 weeks and continue to push items back and to keep backfilling agendas and coming up with agendas that we can't possibly achieve? So I will still entertain a motion to approve
So
the
moved.
attached edits. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jeff. Any further discussion? Kim?
I guess my question is to Glenn, and I apologize for putting you on the spot. Are you saying that you are not happy, satisfied with the board policy, or you just wanted to make reference between the two?
No, just the concern was, there's additional timelines. For example, in the handbook, the group got together, and it was like a formal hearing, at least the way it was written, and you made a decision as a group. In this case, the board policy says you're going to get together as a group, and 10 days later, you're going to give a written decision. Where there was 15 days for the Human Resources Department to investigate, now it's 45 days to investigate. So, I mean, there's other things, I didn't want to get into all the details, because I looked at both of them, and Keith was right, because it was alerted, we broadly looked at side by side, it wasn't just simply overlaying them, it was making a conscious choice, saying, some days are longer, like Keith's right, some days are longer, some are shorter, but there's about 10 or 12 different things, and the concern was, like the superintendent said, I don't know, maybe it's an employee versus an administrator, that when you have to turn something down, that, it maybe makes a negative, and that's maybe just our view as an educator, saying when you have to say no, that's why I filed the harassment charge, I don't want to have a meeting with them.
but maybe that's just the timeline. But I'm saying the issue is not that, the issue is just there's new timelines also. And the way the board decides what to do, if it eventually gets to the board, it used to be you decided as a group and you would decide there, but it seems like in closed session, unless it was just written sloppily, like in the handbook. But the other one now is a written decision 10 days later. So it's a significant change in procedure, but you're still the governing body, so I just wanted to bring it to light that we had issues.
Because I apologize, I didn't compare the two, so I guess I'm not prepared to, yeah. So, thank you for that.
Any other comments or discussion? Barbara, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
No.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Mr. Ruffman?
Yes.
4-2.
4, 2, and 1. All right. Recommendations for employment?
Do you want to do the others, employee benefits?
I didn't do them all.
Oh, you did all three, okay.
I thought we
Great.
were doing all three.
Thank you.
The-
Sorry.
The
Sorry,
questions
sorry.
were with the one.
Sorry.
The only personnel recommendations, we had a EA from Jefferson come forward and want to take the rest of the year off to take care of childcare at home. And so we've had a practice of approving leave of absences here at the board, and that's our only recommendation.
Is there a motion to approve the personnel recommendation as presented?
So, second.
Discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Ruffman?
Yes. 10A, School Perceptions Report. It's coming back from the last meeting, I believe.
Right. You might want to table that one.
Yeah, we tabled it at 10-something, and I was talking about it at 11:30.
Is it the,
Recommendation.
what's that?
There's not a recommendation in here?
No,
No,
it's
it was a
information.
discussion about how to move forward with school perceptions.
I just have an opinion. A little one. I would really like to see, out of all of these things, and with all that we have going on, the graduate follow-up survey. Out of all the things that we do, I would love to have students who have left come back and tell us what was here, what wasn't here, what did they miss. There are a lot of other surveys that we could do, but I think with all the things we're doing right now, and the money we're spending on the board workshop, possibly, I'm not sure right now that a survey from the others will help us much. I think we need to get our own house in order before we survey everyone. But knowing what students have left here, that's not going to change. So that's just my opinion.
Are there any other thoughts? I will share one that, a small one, that I agree with Chris that, perhaps getting our own house in order is a good first step, but I really believe to thoroughly discuss the 12 possibilities that, or options that Bill has talked about is probably workshop material for some time after the first of the year. And if that's the consensus among the group, we can schedule a workshop for some time after the first of the year and talk about this when we're fresh, and perhaps after we've had a session with Neil Fino. Does that seem to work for everybody?
Can you do a consensus if it's just on here as information only?
No, I checked on that. You're right, Lisa, you can't. Consensus is like taking a vote.
So
We could bring this back December 9th.
We may do that with a recommendation to conduct a workshop. All right. That one, we will bring that back on December 9. Let me make a note of that so I don't miss it. Educational services, 10.2, we have not talked about the educator effectiveness program update.
Can you give this one briefly, without losing anything?
Yes.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm actually happy to. Just wanted to update you on the process that we've been working on with educator effectiveness. As you're aware, the school district has been participating in the pilot program since last year with about 8 teachers and administrators training and working in the system, learning about the system. We've expanded that a little bit this year to 9 people. And what we've been doing since September, the pilot team had an interest in, there are 2 approved state models for the educator effectiveness system, the DPI model, which uses Teachscape software, and the CESA 6 developed model, which uses the My Learning Plan software. Both are state-approved systems. We wanted to find out more about the CESA 6 model because we've been hearing good things about it. So we've embarked on a series of meetings, including instructional leaders and department heads from elementary and secondary level, gathering information on the 2 different systems and gathering feedback about them. And I'm in the process of collecting the information back from all of the groups that have attended. We're very close to then making a decision, essentially, whether we use the Teachscape software and the DPI model or the My Learning Plan and the CESA 6 model. And so that process has been going well. We've been getting a lot of people involved and a lot of feedback, so I should have that probably for the next meeting. So, any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Keel.
Thanks, Keel. See you. Drive safe.
Future items people would like to consider to be placed on future agendas based on tonight's meeting. Yes.
Actually, based on the board comment Jeff made, and it's been brought up in the past by the board, and for whatever reason, the board decided they didn't want it, but I think it needs to come back for discussion, that when we offer contracts, hire, new contracts, credentials, that whole thing with staff, I think we need as a board to discuss, what needs to be included in our information that we're made aware of before we hire someone. And I'm not sure exactly how you want to word that, but.
Staff contracts? Staff contracts?
But it's more than the contracts. It's, even the credentials, the whole encompassing, the cost, the whole gamut. And Jeff, is there something else you wanted added on there? I can't remember everything you said, but I know we've asked for those types of things in the past. And
So job description, salary and benefits, qualifications, the resume and application, the actual contract.
Yeah. And we've asked for that in the past every time I go to hire someone.
But,
A reaction, that's a lot of paper, so like when we hire 50 teachers, everything you just described might be 20 pages per teacher, so whatever that comes out to, 1,000 pages of documents.
But the teacher's contract is standard. But what we had before is we did have some information on what they were making and some of those kinds of things.
you can add that right next to their name.
Well, I think the point is that you want to put it on to be discussed.
But why do we have, what?
You're right, we can't discuss it now,
And
you are correct.
I think the discussion will then
You are
determine what's
correct.
to be included.
Right.
You are correct.
Put it on there, Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, this is why we don't get anything.
Consensus.
We'll just keep adding.
So what are we calling this, Lisa?
How about employment information? I mean,
No, that's fine.
Call it what you want, we know what, yeah.
This is big.
Okay. Others?
Are we on 11?
Individual line items in the budget.
You're going to get the information. We should just be giving it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Budget line items?
Ridiculous.
Okay. That?
Are we having 11B? Is
What?
that where we're at?
11.
No, we're actually what somebody suggested early in the meeting to call 11C, which are items that you wish to bring up at the next meeting to be voted on to see whether or not it goes on the agenda.
Well, I have a correction on 11B8.
Okay?
For the umpteenth time, I did not bring back that cadet. I'm for it, but I didn't bring it up. So when Angel sends me the email saying, "Are you doing a memo on it, Kim?" I will have to send it back. I didn't bring it up. So maybe you should put Lisa on that one. Because Lisa's the one that keeps bringing up the cadets. However, my name keeps getting thrown on with it, so.
Is that yours?
I will take it.
Good woman.
Any others? All right. If not, we need a motion to move into closed session pursuant to state statutes 19.8, 2.1, parent 1, 19.8, 5, parent 1, parent E, and 111.7 to discuss and take action if appropriate concerning the status of negotiations with the SPAEA, AFSCME, and custodial maintenance, and 19.85, parent 1, parent C, to discuss and take action, if appropriate, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, specifically cabinet-level contracts. Is there a motion to that effect, please? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, or no, we can't do that. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Fryland?
Yes.
Ms. Sheriff?
Yes. I think I wanted to say no.
No.
I apologize. I'm going to go backwards. Is this to go into closed session?
Yes.
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
No.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
She would have said no.
Or three, carried.